for. We fly the candidates down. We have hotel accommodations and meals. So they do 3 weeks of training for their call taking at general headquarters. They come back to their comm center. So if they return to Thunder Bay, they're going to do training with a coach for 144 hours. And once they finish their training, they're about a year in the position as a call taker. We bring them back to GHQ for dispatch training, which is again another 3 weeks of training. And then they go back to their comm center and they're with a coach for 240 hours. So that's based on ministry accredited training. Right now, as I said, it's 3 weeks. We are actually looking at expanding it to 4 weeks, just based on the technology and the requirements that the position requires. And that's really the hiring and selection process that I just wanted to go through. Our hope is that you'll be able to know what we're looking for and know people in your communities that you might encourage them to apply. We have positions in PCC Thunder Bay. Once people are hired and they're both call take and dispatch trained, which is about 18 months, then they're automatically rolled into a full-time position. So there's an added benefit for that. And then again, with a full-time position, there's pension and benefits. As a contract employee, they're receiving 14% added in lieu of the pension and benefits. So we do have positions in Thunder Bay and hoping that you can actively recruit for us. So I'm open to any questions that you have in regards to the comm centers or any of the hiring processes that you might have.
Do we have any questions? I'll ask a question just to help with the conversation. The psychological assessment. Could you explain that a little bit? Like, what does that entail, and what can people expect from it? Like, I think sometimes that's where we get some stumbling blocks from people. They don't anticipate those types of questions.
Right. So the psychological testing, it's very similar to if you were to apply for auxiliary or a NAPS officer or an OPP officer. There's about 600 questions. It is lengthy. And not being a psychologist, I can't tell you how it's evaluated, but the questions, you don't want to think through the questions. You just want to answer them based on what is right for you. So there's no right or wrong, but some of the questions will be repetitive. One question might be, I would rather be an artist or a music teacher. And again, you pick what's right for you. I'd rather be a drummer or a drama teacher. And so it's hard to make sense of what the questions are really, evaluating in that sense. But really, it's just don't overthink it. Just pick the right answer for you. It probably doesn't explain it very well, but it's very subjective.
Yeah, thank you. No, I just wanted to get create that sense of what the questions are all about. And I did one of those interviews before many years ago, and it can really throw you off. Absolutely. If you're not prepared.
Yeah. So I tell people just, don't stress about it. Just go in, relax, get a good night's sleep, and really don't overthink the questions. If you overthink them, that's when you probably would have problems.
Or any other comment or questions?
Yeah,
Chief Morrison.
Yeah, just so everyone is to know, We will be distributing these public notice signs. We will be sending them up to your communities. Again, it's in regards to the comm center and the number to dial. And since many of our communities have, have these devices, our smartphones, there is a QR code on here that the person can scan and be able to, download the numbers directly onto the phone. Again, it's just a little bit easier because it is sometimes when you're trying to call, when you're under stress, at least having the QR code and you could just download the number and it would assist to getting to the comm center right away. I think it was important that, and Karen, thank you very much for coming up and making the presentation. I think that video showed, there is a misconception out there that when our people are calling the comm center and they're talking to that person, people are thinking that that person still needs to get a hold of the officer. Well, the video really showed that what is happening in terms of when that call comes in and the other person dispatch talking directly to the officer while the call taker is still talking to the person who's calling the police. So that's a good example as to what is actually is occurring when calls are coming in. So I think that their part will probably have some questions around it. And I see Chief Wesley and Brenda over here. Yeah.
I think in one of the previous assemblies, there was a reference to the idea that interpreters were going to be hired. So I guess I need some clarity as to how that's going to be done because, the NAPS region is very diverse and there's at least 4 or 5 different dialects in that region, where the language skill set applied to a specific region could cause some problems. Just to demonstrate a word, the word redhead could mean redhead in one region and it could mean something totally different in another region, you know which one I mean. So that's just an example. And then the other thing with the call center is elders. I have an elder that calls me 5 times a week. And this is a very simple person. He doesn't know street addresses, doesn't know call procedures, doesn't know anything. So there has to be that, I'm not sure what the word I would use, community awareness, community practices, how people behave in a particular community, their understanding of their community is much different with the call taker. So somehow there has to be a process where the call taker understands where the person is calling from. Like for instance, my community, if I call in there, if I'm the elder calling in and I'm living at so-and-so location on the end of town, there's got to be a process there where the call taker is able to relay that information to a NAPS officer on the ground. Okay, the person is calling from house so-and-so on this end of town. There has to be that understanding. And that's part of the problem with my community. When just say my elder Mary calls in for a call, we know she lives on the east end of town at the 3rd house from the church. Well, the NAPS officer knows that, but the call taker doesn't. So there has to be a way to have that kind of factual information about the particular caller from the reserve. I know it's difficult, but there has to be a way to have that kind of information, understanding of that caller's community. And large part of the times that's what causes the problems, and the elder ends up gives up in frustration because he can't get that message across. You know, I'm getting beaten up on the third house from the church. You know, so there's got to be something. And that's one of the problems. I'm sure the others will explain some other problems that we have at the call center. So anyways, thank you.
So just in regards to your first question, we do have language line services, and we do have some Ojibwe. We are negotiating a new contract, and we hope to get more dialects. One thing I just want to point out, Rod Brown's not here today, but when he went through the communities and met with the officers, he identified, I think about 23 officers, I think, that spoke different dialects. And he made up a list, those officers that were willing to provide interpretation services. And we have that list in the comm center in Thunder Bay. And I asked him last night, I said, you know, Rod, how many times has that list been utilized? And he said, to date, he's not aware of it being utilized once. So we do have something very proactive in place, but yet we haven't had the need to activate that list. So I do just want to point that out. You know, in relation to an elder making a call, I do understand that it can be frustrating. I plugged into the NAPS console yesterday, and I had one of those very similar calls came through with no location. And so as the call taker took the information and provided it to us at dispatch, the dispatcher was on the line with the officer in the community and said, do you know this person? And do you know where they are? Yep, know where they are. And they were en route right away, even though we weren't able to get that exact information from the caller. So I think they have a very good process in place for identifying and ensuring that the officers, even based on limited information, the officers are aware of who's in the community and where they are so that they can respond quickly to the call.
I guess my question was kind of aligned with Chief Wesley there, some of the things, and also the other thing that I know that I've dealt with personally with the comm center is that I end up being the one that has to call something in, and then a lot of times I don't have the answers to what the comm center is asking. So usually I try to explain the situation that usually it's the leadership, and sometimes it's like 20 kilometers away that I'm reporting something, but I know that the officers themselves know the party, and that's what I've noticed is that a lot of times it is third party. Sometimes it could be just through a messenger that I get a message to say, hey, you need to send police here, we're trying to call. And normally, you know, again, it is the interpretation. And I think that's one of the reasons why that you don't really see, you don't hear elders calling or people that don't have the English language skills, is that the leadership always has that role to call. So, and a lot of times we don't see it either. So we're just calling to what we're reading, and I've never had any problems with the comm center because I explain, I'm able to properly explain what I'm reporting. But again, you know, I don't know the severity of what's happening at the ground level. So, you know, that's just the comments that I have with the comm center is that we become the third party, and then you know what we're getting asked questions that I don't even know sometimes.
Right. And you can only answer what you do know. Absolutely. And I think that's important. Another important reason why, as we recruit, we look for people that come from the communities, that speak the languages, that can be part of the comm center and provide that added support. So that's really where I look to all of you to help me recruit, to support you.
I guess in terms of future, I guess planning for the comm center, is there a way that later on that the comm center is going to have like different, like, different regions to answer? Because I know that you're linked to the OPP and all the other services, right? The comm center, the 888 number?
Are you referring to provincial call sharing?
Yes.
Yes. So we are moving towards provincial call sharing. Right now, that is scheduled for May of 2023. So you're correct. What that means is that it's the next available communication operator that would take the call. What we're doing right now in our configuration of our servers, we're identifying the northern communities and putting a special code in there so that they remain in the queue, so that they're not bumped. So there'll be coding to identify, and then they won't lose their sequence in the call system.
Just one more point to what she was saying. We have to have some kind of, well, not us, but Solgen and Meg needs to understand that often chief and councils are put in that situation where we have to be the bridge in the situation. And it happens very often, even in missing person cases. I'm told to call. I call in with scant information, and sometimes it kickstarts the process, or even in other situations. Let's say calling the police station for when you're trying to find a person, you have to do a series of calls, and sometimes you call a police station. And the staff sergeant can't give you that information because the person is over 20 years old. So, those things have to be accommodated because we're put in that situation because we have to find out for the family. Or even when a cadaver has been discovered, we're asked to be right there at the front to be finding answers. And so that needs to be understood by Solgen and Mag, that these occurrences happen and we're expected to do these rules. And oftentimes we're not provided that information, which leads to conflict.
Mm-hmm.
So that relationship building is important for us because it helps, it makes it easier for that elder who wants to know if that's her son's body or grandson. Those kinds of things, that needs to be really understood and worked on. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just say I agree with you 100%. I think there needs to be more discussion at the Solgen and the federal level. And I do know that the ministry has a dedicated unit now looking at establishing 911 into the northern communities. And Rod Brown is actively working with the ministry on that. But I think, provincially, there has to be greater emphasis and resources put into the infrastructure so that 911 is available for all communities.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments to the comm center?
Okay,
Isko, Margaret, Isko, no,
sorry. Thank you. Chief Lefty Kemp from Berskin Lake First Nation. I guess the comments I usually get from the people back home regarding the comm centers, the time of response. Because oftentimes when a person wants help or assistance, that person is very distraught where all emotions or feelings are sky high, and they get frustrated having to answer so many questions first, because they're not in that, I guess, emotionally they just want help. So that's what I usually hear. So I think that's a frustrating part that people usually get into with this calm center. So I think when I look at the video you just shown there, I think it's an eye opener for me, because I think it's I never knew where the call went when I first heard of this calm center that came into effect. Uh, I guess a year ago or 2 years ago. So I think I don't know. The person at the end of the line was already in contact with the officer. So and I think that's awareness needs to be more brought forth to their communities, because the people not don't even know what's happening when they call the comm center. Thank you.
Okay, Margaret?
Hello, my name is Margaret Sutherland from the Fort Albany First Nation. I have been involved in simultaneous translations for the Shinnebaski Nation since the beginning of the organization. And we were willing to commit our language skills to our people, our 49 communities. And there was 13 of us who were chosen at the beginning of Grand Council Treaty number 9, because we had to help spend our time with our communities. Number 1, you have to be there all the time. And that's how we had this service every year at the annual Chiefs of Ontario Assemblies. You have to have simultaneous translations for everyone, you know, the government people, the business people, on behalf of our own communities. So I was involved in that constantly. Now, and during the 80s, when I was economic development officer of Fort Albany First Nation, I helped with the circuit courts translations every time, each year they came into Fort Albany. So the people came to the community hall where the circuit court was being held. Oh, so many of them, you know, the elders, you know, the parents, the youth, just to understand the English language. How is it translated, you know, by the circuit courts into our people's language? That's what they wanted to learn from. So I think we should go back into that by using community hubs, you know, to help in that way again, to make, because it's really hard on our schools also. How do we help our youth understand, you know, what we can do, how we can work things out together? Because we all have families, you know, to communicate with every day at home. This is very important to all of us. So that's what I would like to point out for one thing, you know, today. Thank you.
Because before I get you to respond, I want to apologize to Gershom Bieber. He has his hand up and he's on Zoom. I'll turn it over to him.
Hello, my name is Gershom Weaver from Nivinamik First Nation, proxy for Ogomak and Michael Sugarhead. With the call center, most of my people will not call the call center because of language barrier or shyness to speak English. And what happens is they will call the chief and council. Then the chief and council will call the call center with the minimum information. But if it's serious, we usually rush to the place where we know the a crime is happening, we go in there, and then we call the call center after like everything is done. And what are we gonna do about our plan to reduce third-party calling? And I have another question. In the poster that the NAPS is gonna share, is there information of like what to say and what information the caller will share to the dispatcher? And that's it. You good?
Thank you. On the posters, there is information on specifically on the questions that would be asked. In relation to the third party, I would suggest just in your circumstances, you would be more proactive to make the call and provide even limited information before you attended the location, being concerned about your safety as well, and not knowing the full onset of the situation. Some information is more than nothing, and at least it will get the officers moving and heading to the location sooner than if you just attended first. So that would be my recommendation. I think there needs to be, and Rod is very much an advocate of doing more community education in relation to exactly what is occurring in the comm center and what questions we ask and what information we need. And I think he's willing to, Chief Morrison, I think he's willing to go back out and do some of that educational awareness campaigning again. So, you know, anything that you can provide when you call, like I said, is better than nothing. And it does get the officers responding. So I hope that answers somewhat of your question.
Okay, thank you, Chief Sutherland.
Roger, to the officer, do you have a record of when the calls come in and the response time? The reason why I'm asking is that there was an incident not long ago in my community wherein the fight was among two people, then it escalated. We called 911, but it was about an hour and a half before we got response time. And the NAPS office is 2 minutes from the fight. So that could have ended very badly. Thankfully, it didn't. But I don't know if there were charges that came from that fight. So I'm just wondering why it would take an hour and a half for a response.
So whenever a call comes into the communication center, it is logged. So that it is time stamped from when the call is received. It's time stamped as to when the call is dispatched to the officers. And then when the officers arrive on the scene, they're supposed to advise the communication center that they're on scene, and that is logged as well. So I without knowing the particulars of the incident, I can't give you an explanation as to the time it took the officers to respond. I would have to look into the call itself to see where the officers were. Were they involved in something else at the time? Were they a distance away? I would have to know the occurrence to do the research on that.
If I forward you the information, would you do that? And the reason for that is if there's another incident where we need immediate response, I want to have some comfort knowing that, you know, no one's going to get killed because the response time are so slow, or if there's a miscommunication from the comm center to the NAPS officers. So I guess I'm asking if you would help me out, find out what the issue was then.
Absolutely. If you give me the date and the time, I will certainly look into the occurrence and provide you with that information.
Okay, miigwech.
I don't know if you're around all afternoon or are you leaving after this?
I can certainly stay if you would like me to.
Yeah, I just wanted to, if people had more questions or wanted to ask Karen any particular question, she'll be available. I just don't want to hold things up. Go ahead.
Bonjour. My name is Alan Muniz, proxy for Nishkanaga First Nation. I have a question here. Does like the dispatch knows all the communities up north? Because at one time, a few times I called and they didn't know where Nishkanaga First Nation was. So it took me a while, about 10 minutes, like for them to understand where we were. I had to use Lansdowne House, the old site, and that's when they picked it up. And the other time I had to rush to the detachment and go knock, and the police officer tells me I have to call it in first to get it approved from headquarters. But these incidents were emergencies, like some of them were life-threatening. Like this system we have in our community right now isn't working for us. Everything is coming to the leadership when there's an incident. We have a black radio communication in our community we use. That's on 24 hours. That's where people call. Can the chief and council get NAPS police to come over here? Just this morning, early this morning, at about 4 o'clock this morning, I had a call from our community. We need police. Like, there's something wrong with the system. Why are they calling me in Victoria in that they need the police in my community? They don't want to call the online service there, the service center, because they can't go through. Like when there's an emergency, people panic and they have anxiety, like it's an emergency. So we had a domestic in our community early this morning. It was life-threatening, mental health issues, suicidal thoughts. Like we need something in our community, something different, maybe going back the way it was. People used to call the detachment by their telephone. The service was much faster. But this new service we have, it takes at least a good half hour before, or even an hour to get to that site where they're needed. So, Miigwech, I just wanted to bring up our issues in Nishkanaga also. Thank you.
I'll just say, again, going back to that education piece, if they're calling you, they're delaying the time response of the officers as opposed to getting someone in the comm center immediately. And that's I think it really has to be something in the community from an educational process to get people to understand, why they need to call the 888 number and why that response is more immediate than calling you, or if someone attends the detachment, if the officer's not at the detachment, then there's a further delay. And maybe even, utilizing that video as an educational piece so that they're aware. They don't, like I said, some information is better than none. And that call to the 888 number would have got officers, responding quickly as opposed to coming through you and then back down. So I think, it's something that everybody has to work together on. to raise that awareness.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm the Chief McKeezer from Deer Lake, so I just wanted to echo my fellow chiefs that are here. That there is something wrong with the comm center. You know, there's variables and there's obstacles that's going on. We should try to consider and discuss. Like what I heard some of my fellow chiefs saying, we do calls, we get called. You know, my colleague here, we did a homicide call. And they did that 1-800 number. I'm not sure if they did, but we do those calls, and that's not what we're there for, right? We need something fixed. And I was discussing it with him earlier, and he said, "How come we don't do a comm center call geared toward our communities? Sure, we can call Southern Ontario. What you had on video was what? Something that's called had a street number, an ambulance. We don't have ambulances up north, right? You were aware of that." So there is something that needs to be taken place seriously. You know, I've lost lives at home. That system is not working, bottom line. And I talked to Roland about this a few times, and it's a struggle. And we're trying to do this stuff on our own as well. You know, we are trying to initiate our peacekeepers program. You know, we don't have first responders at home in any of the communities. No, there's something that has to be really drastically looked at. That was one of the ideas. Why don't you guys get a comm center that's geared towards our First Nation communities? I'm sure some of these people on Ontario OPP that they do their best, but they don't know that north. You know, we're the ones up north. We're here telling you it's not working. You know, I'm nothing to you, but I don't think you've ever been up north. How hard we struggle. There are variables. There's lost signals. Some of our signals sometimes don't work. Telephones go down. You know, all that stuff. You know. So I think that's something I would like to really push. We need our own comm center geared towards our communities, because there's those cultural stuff as well, those variables and obstacles I just discussed. Yeah. And I've discussed this with my council many times before. Something needs to be done. Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer to that, but that's something that you would have to take away and have those discussions at a much higher level than myself.
Okay, thank you. It is lunch hour. Are you going to, Chief Morrison?
Yeah, just to provide some comments, and Karen, I think that what we're hearing today is that an echo of what we're hearing from our meetings with many of our leaders here and our communities. And I think this is why we've asked for you to attend, so you can hear this information directly about what we hear from our communities and the challenges with the comm center. We know that the language barrier is one of the biggest barriers to why people are not calling, and that why they're going to the chiefs and councils and the chief and council calling. So I think that, to be proactive, we have to look at implementing some measures, like hearing the leaderships. They are calling on behalf of many community members. So maybe there's some way to be creative in terms of providing those lists from our remote communities, even from our driving communities, who are on the leaderships and who are conveying information third party, and that they're going to be very limited in the information they have. So just so that understanding, and that way the officers can be dispatched quicker. But I think, Karen, that's probably some more dialogue between our services in terms of how we're going to, provide a service that ensures that the culture is taken into considerations, especially around the dialects that we have in the NAN territory. I know this is a slippery slope in terms of the many cultures that we have in Ontario, but when you apply, the Indigenous communities and the Indigenous people, their culture has to be taken into consideration because of the many communities that have the language So I think, Karen, I think there's going to probably have to be some talks as to how we're going to fulfill some meeting of these requirements. So Chiefs, thank you very much for all your input here and you're voicing your concerns. And I'm glad that you've had the opportunity to have voice the concerns directly to the OPP because they need to. Karen, and thank you very much for attending and being here to hear the concerns that we hear as the leadership. And we're conveying this on behalf of the leadership, but hearing directly now, we know that we have to do some work here. There's still some work that has to get done. So Chiefs, thank you very much for all your comments. Chair.
English, Chief Morrison. Yes, thank you very much. And if you are around this afternoon, if people have more questions, they can approach you.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And I do appreciate hearing your concerns, and Chief Morrison and I will certainly, work together to try to address as best we can.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'm going to call for lunch. The next two items we'll tackle them after the lunch hour. So lunch is ready. See if we'll come back together at 1:15. Okay. You guys, thank you.
I'll be speaking to the updates from the crime units as well as the regional updates with respects to drug enforcement as the projects we've done. And then I'll touch briefly upon the NAPS drug officer initiative. I know Deputy Chief Snyder also spoke to that. Just bear with me while I figure out. So those are the updates that I'll be speaking to. Like Chief Morrison mentioned, our crime units have been extremely busy as of late. We have 3 regional crime units based out of the Northwest of the Sioux Lookout, the other one based out of Central region, which is in Thunder Bay, and the Northeast region is out of Cochrane. So the Northwest crime unit consists of 4 members. That's 1 detective sergeant and 3 detective constables. And just like all the crime units, the detectives are assigned to investigate, provide direction and support for all major incidents within the 12 detachments in the Northwest region, with one of those detectives primarily specializing in drug investigations. The Central region consists of 3 members based out of our NAPS general headquarters here in Thunder Bay, and that's comprised of a detective sergeant and 2 detective constables, and they're assigned to investigate and provide direction and support for the 9 detachments within the Central region. And then finally, we have our Northeast Regional Crime Unit, and that is consisting of 5 members based out of the Cochrane Regional Headquarters, and that's a detective sergeant and 4 detective constables, with one of those constables being primary specializing as well in drug enforcement, and they provide direction and support to 13 detachments within the Northwest region. Excuse me. So with, I know this is a little difficult to see, but I just wanted to capture here the benchmark occurrences that our detectives deal with on a yearly basis. So it's broken down into the 3 regions, and what we have here, a benchmark occurrence is classified as one of our major occurrences that they're assigned to assist our frontline members with. So over the year, of the entirety of the service of NAPS, they've responded to and assisted with 404 major incidents that they've dealt with. And then you might not be able to see, but some of the areas of assaults that are extremely high, with 143 incidents of assaults. Sexual assaults are also high with 94. And another one that's, unfortunate to see is the sudden deaths. And that was ranging around 45 sudden deaths. So they're extremely busy. As with every unit, there also comes with their shortages. So it's trying to deal with making sure that we provide the appropriate response and support to our frontline members and to the community members as well. So getting into drug enforcement, just a few stats from the year to date within the intelligence unit. So we've just with the intelligence unit alone, we've laid 194. We've arrested 94 people and laid 240 charges, and we've executed approximately 33 warrants within the Anishinaabe area. We've seized 28 firearms, 4 of those being weapons, and seized approximately $91,000. So a lot of the areas that we focus on, that we're seeing is a high seizure rate of methamphetamine pills. That seems to be the drug of choice lately, and that was close to 2,000 pills that we've seized. Obviously, with cocaine and cannabis still being high, and fentanyl is always the major one that we do that we look at as well. Sorry, I'll flip the. As I mentioned there, I'm going to be speaking to projects that were completed in each of the regions that we police, and these are projects that are either initiated with the OPP or other agencies, or from NAPS in general. So in the Northwest region of this year, we were engaged in a project called Project Dogwood. Project Dogwood was a 5-month drug project initiated in March of 2022 by the Ontario Provincial Police, Anishinaabe Police, and Treaty 3 Police Service. The primary focus was the trafficking of cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl from Southern Ontario to Northwestern Ontario, including many First Nation communities such as Cat Lake, Sagicol Lake, Bearskin Lake, Slate Falls, Mishkogogamian, and Muskrat Dam. So when I'm going to be speaking here, you'll see a lot of the trend, and the trend is going to be mainly drug trafficking from the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, as well as Ottawa. And with this project here, what was seized, they executed 9 search warrants in around the Dryden Sioux Lookout area. 13 people were charged with 65 charges laid. They seized 6 firearms as well as a loaded Glock handgun with a high capacity magazine and approximately $30,000 in Canadian currency. Along that with drugs was almost 500 grams of methamphetamine, 350 grams of cocaine, and 200 grams of suspected fentanyl. So these were all items that we've seized prior to them going up to the communities. So that's one of our objectives, is to make sure that we prevent the flow of drugs to the communities itself, just because once it hits the community, it expands exponentially, and it's harder for us to execute those search warrants and effectively seize all the drugs that are sent up north. In our central region, we have Project Scanlon, and that was initiated in October of 2021. And we were in partnerships with the OPP, Organized Crime Enforcement Bureau, where we also partnered in initiating a proactive drug project in the Greenstone, Long Lac, Arrowland, and Martin Falls region. And that was again to combat the influx of drugs entering the communities from the Greater Toronto Area and Thunder Bay. So with that project, there was numerous technical search warrants were sought. There was 5 search warrants executed and 3 traffic stops, resulting in multiple arrests, charges, and seizures. So 24 individuals were arrested during Project Scanlon and charged with 89 Controlled Drugs and Substances Act charges and criminal code charges. So during that project, police seized 320 grams of methamphetamine, crystal methamphetamine, 160 grams of cocaine, 80 grams of crack cocaine, and 28 grams of fentanyl. There's a lot of other pills that were also seized, including oxycodone and hydromorphone, and approximately $50,000 in currency. The main one here, and you'll see the trend, is that it's fentanyl and/or carfentanil that was seized, which are the ones that are devastating the communities and resulting in a lot of overdoses. So over to the Northeast region, this was Project Razor. It was a NAPS initiated project in February of 2021. And that was a 20-week proactive drug enforcement initiative in direct response to, again, to the influx of individuals from the GTA who've established themselves, a drug trafficking network in Northeastern Ontario, specifically Sudbury, Timmins, Chapleau, and the First Nation community of Brunswick House. This project here, we did work with Sudbury PS, the OPP, as well as the Timmins Police in gathering all the information. The intelligence information gathered alerted police that these individuals were from the GTA and have befriended successful individuals in the smaller urban cities and First Nation communities to facilitate their drug trafficking pipeline. So the project results from that were 9 individuals from the GTA and northern communities were arrested and charged with 36 drug offenses and criminal code charges. We seized 92 grams of fentanyl, 85 grams of cocaine, 343 grams of marijuana, 16 methamphetamine pills, 171 grams of methamphetamine powder, 11 pills of clonazepam. We also seized a handgun and approximately $12,000 in currency with a total street value of close to $80,000. Another project that we initiated in the Northeast region was called Project Juneberry, and that was a NAPS initiated project, which was a 5-month proactive drug investigation partnering with the OPP Community Street Crime Unit, the OPP Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau, the NAPS Moose Factory Detachment members, and Sudbury Police Service Intelligence Unit. And this was again regarding the drug distribution, cell trafficking, fentanyl from the Greater Toronto Area and Ottawa to the Northeastern Ontario, including Moose Factory. So again, you see that trend coming from the Toronto and Ottawa areas. On this one, we also numerous technical search warrants were sought with a final CDSA search warrant on February 27th on a residence in Moose Factory. The results from Project Juneberry were 3 individuals from the GTO and 1 from Moose Factory arrested and charged with 18 drug offenses and criminal code charges. The major thing to take away from this was that we took away almost 106 strips of fentanyl patches, which is highly potent for the communities. As well as we seized oxycodone and cocaine and some currency, as well as brass knuckles, and that was for a total street value of approximately $146,000. So something else I also wanted to discuss was we've established, working with the Mushkegowuk Drug Tribal Council, a proposal was put forth from the Tribal Council where over $1 million were secured to enhance the ability of NAPS to combat serious and organized crime in and around the Mushkegowuk communities. The funding proposal encompasses 1 detective sergeant and 2 detective constables during the 2-year proposal, focusing on the 2 primary components, one being the new drug enforcement specialists, as well as a special program to build drug enforcement expertise and capacity with our existing officers. This project commenced in July of 2022, and it's currently underway. We have an OPP detective sergeant who's been seconded to us for the duration of the project, and we should see some valuable results coming from this initiative. Another initiative put forth by the province, which NAPS is also a part of, is the Provincial Guns and Gangs Joint Forces Operation. And that is where the Ontario government invested $75 million to reinforce the fight against gun and gang violence in communities across the province. The funding will support initiatives that will dismantle criminal activity, enhance investigative supports, increase collaboration throughout the justice sector, and stop the flow of illegal guns across the border. This initiative will include multiple joint force operational teams throughout the province to combat guns and gangs violence. This initiative will commence in June. It's already commenced in, I think, July that we've initiated, and will be in operation for approximately 3 years. And NAPS has committed one of our detective drug investigators to be seconded to the Joint Forces operation, and that's based out of here in Thunder Bay, and he'll be traveling the province. And just to note, our guns and gangs unit since 2016, they have seized and destroyed over 500 firearms that have been seized or provided forfeiture from the courts. This has dramatically reduced the gun violence that continues to threaten the public that we are sworn to protect and serve. The last thing I'll briefly touch on here, and the deputy chief touched on as well, was our NAPS drug officer initiative. And that was, again, it was a proposal put forth by NAPS to secure funding to hire an additional 21 officers with an emphasis on drug enforcement. And the proposal involves reorganizing the crime unit and intelligence and drug enforcement units, relying on existing personnel plus newly recruited positions. Again, the breakdown of these positions of the 21 officers are 2 detective staff sergeants, 1 to oversee the crime units and 1 to oversee the drug enforcement intelligence unit, 2 level 1 detective sergeants, 15 detective constables, as well as 2 in-service training constables to help train everyone. So this was a big initiative put forth, and like we discussed, I mean, it will drastically combat the drugs in our regional areas, as well as these officers that will be selected for these units will also offset our crime unit members, because they are severely busy as well. So that'll add the added complement of officers to that as well. So those, again, those 15 detective constables, they'll be classified as community street crime units. And that's where we're getting, they won't handle the major crime unit files, but they'll also, their primary focus is drug enforcement. And NAPS sees the additional 21 officers as a minimum, with the hope of expanding the drug enforcement program further over the coming years. Importantly, recruiting additional officers will create an opportunity for visible policing, with uniformed officers in community, meeting with community members, undertaking enforcement activities, and demonstrating NAP's commitment to tackling this crisis head on. So that was the federal and provincial governments agreeing to fund the 18 officers with a 3-year phased approach. And that has, and the NAPS drug officer initiative is set to commence in early of 2023. That's all I have with respects to drug enforcement. And again, we work closely for a reason with a lot of our other external agencies, the OPP, Timmins, Sudbury, Treaty 3, Anishinaabe Police. And we work on these joint ventures, obviously, because they're also short in their drug enforcement initiatives as well. And it's provided valuable results, and we couldn't really do the jobs without them. So my kudos and appreciation goes out to all of them. Chair, I'm not sure if anyone has any questions. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if anybody has any questions. Russell?
Miigwech. I think, I apologize to everyone and myself. I tend to forget sometimes that to acknowledge all the wonderful work that's being done. And I know on behalf of my community, I really appreciate the work that's been done over the years. I have a nice detachment. We're working on things, and there are a lot of good people within NAPS. I have good officers, and I'm grateful for that. Anyhow, my question at the QA conference recently, Timmins, there's a border crossing resolution that I helped assist with. Prior to coming here, my counsel asked me to ask the question as to what the timelines and when and how that resolution is going to be implemented, and how can we expect to be a part of that process, because a lot of it had to do with bylaws and enforcement of bylaws. I know at the AGM I said that there are times where we have to get rid of the drugs as opposed to an investigative process, and I think it's that part where we need to get rid of the drugs, and that bylaw enforcement needs to happen. So my council wanted to know what to expect in terms of timelines and how we're going to implement that border crossing resolution. And they were expecting a report back as to how they're going to be adjusting to those changes that hopefully will curb the drug crisis that my community is in. So if I can get a response with that timeline.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask Asha James, our legal counsel, to provide a response to that.
Thank you. Thank you for your question, Chief. So in terms of the NBC, this is the border control. NAPS has received the resolution from the chiefs from the NAN Assembly that they want them to move ahead with that. And so what we're in the process of doing right now with the board is figuring out what that NAPS border patrol or border services will look like. What will the program actually encompass, and how do we get funding for that? And so that's the stage that the board is at right now in discussing and figuring out what that process will look like, so that we can take that to our partner at the table with Ontario to set out what it is specifically we're looking for, and to make sure that we can get the funding to have the program and make sure that it's successful. I think what the board is looking at is to ensure that we put together a process, a package, a program that we know will work, that NAPS can enforce and that we have the resources to enforce. So that's the stage that it is at right now. Unfortunately, I don't think that we are in the position that we could provide a timeline, but it's a priority. We understand that it's a priority for the chiefs and it's a priority for the NAPS board as well. And so it's something that we're moving forward on diligently, and hope that we could have more of an update the next time the board is together or that they're reporting to the chiefs. So that's the information that we have at this time.
I think maybe a rolling report would suffice for our communities, because my council seems to think things will happen overnight, even though I assured them that they don't. But I mean, they're the decision makers. They just tell me what to do and what to talk about. So if we have something that we could present to them on a regular basis, that would be really great.
And I think that type of presentation is definitely something the board and the service can discuss and figure out the best way to make sure to keep the chiefs and the communities updated on the progress of the program.
And yeah, Chief, and this goes to what Chief Sutherland from Constance Lake was talking about earlier, was that the bylaws, again, we know that many of our bylaws in our communities don't have the police authorities within the bylaws. So this is something that we have to develop as well. And I know that, again, our legal counsel, and we are going to be working with Windigo Legal Counsel as well in the development of some templates that can be developed with the police authorities along with the border control. Again, this will allow us to take those investigative steps, that would allow the officers to further their investigations under a banned bylaw. So so this is something that we are going to be working with the Windigo Tribal Council with and their legal team with Kathy and Tyance. Again, it's developing those templates so that when it comes to officers providing assistance with bylaw enforcement, that we have those authorities. Again, we know that right now there is no avenue for prosecution for these bylaws, but I think when it comes to the drugs and the intercepting of drugs and any alcohol, we just want them off the streets. We don't want them going into our communities and into people's hands. So again, we're almost putting the cart before the horse here. So again, it's trying to do that part to ensure that we're meeting the needs of the communities and working with our communities. So Chief, that is something that we are still working on with Windigo. And I know legal counsel will be working with the two legal counsel reps from Windigo as well on this development. And it's something that we believe that can be helpful to all our tribal councils and our communities once we have that template. And you can see those police authorities built in to the bylaws that allows us to do a lot of work, and not just because we take a lot of criticisms from communities in terms of NAPS can't do anything. Well, again, this is us trying to work with our communities on the development that allows us to help our communities be healthier and to intercept the drugs. Okay. So Chief, there's still a lot of work to do in this, and I know that we still have a lot of reporting back, but at least, we've been given the mandate and we will be working on this. Okay. So again, there's a lot more information to come.
Okay, thank you. There'll be more time for questions with the open forum that's scheduled once we're done with the agenda items. So with this, I want to now turn it over to our Canada Post representative, Jagit Sumra. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and leadership team. It's great to be here with you today to give you a bit of background on what post inspectors carry out as part of their activities and some of the work that's underway supporting our Indigenous and the Northern communities. And of course, give us an opportunity to ask any questions, engage in the conversations. As you know, the Canada Post Corporation Act is a very complicated federal legislations, and there's a lot of restrictions placed, including on the postal inspectors that are responsible for enforcing the act. But I think it's an opportunity for us to share some information. But before I start, I do want to acknowledge and recognize our colleagues from NAPS Police Service in terms of the level of support and the commitment, the partnership that we have together. And some of the results that I'm going to share with you today is truly a remarkable work of the OPP, the RCMP nationally, and certainly the colleagues from our NAPS Police Service and the postal inspectors. I'm Jag Sumra. And I'm responsible for the criminal investigation program at the Canada Post. I have a team of postal inspectors stationed across the country, and they're responsible for investigating postal related crimes. And that includes mail theft, that includes break and enters into post offices. We work very closely with the regional local police services to support and investigate those incidents. One of the most important aspects of what these inspectors are working on, we also have a team, national team, illicit or drug interdiction team. And this was a team that was started 2 years ago. And the idea behind this team is to really focus on high-risk communities where the postal system is being utilized to send non-mailable matter. Non-mailable matter, something that shouldn't be in the postal system, i.e. drugs, weapons, prohibited alcohol going into Indigenous communities, or fentanyl. We see what type of risks that's causing in our communities. We also have a team that runs the intelligence unit, where this team will do some predictive analysis. They will identify certain hotspots where we need to put our focus. So evidence-based type approach to crime reduction. We have a team of postal security officers, equivalent to the frontline uniformed police officers. So they are responsible for responding to incidents on the front line. And then the postal inspectors are in the background. They'll investigate more serious offenses, in particular related to drug and drug trafficking through the postal system. We work under the Canada Post Corporation Act. We're appointed under Section 18 of the Canada Post Corporation Act, which mandates us to provide for the security of the mail, protection of our employees, and protection of our corporate assets. So that's the three key areas where we get our jurisdiction and the areas that we're responsible. When it comes to the inspection of the mail, which is widely concerned around this table in our Indigenous communities, we get that authority from Section 42 of the Canada Post Corporation Act, which provides us the opportunity to inspect based on reasonable and probable grounds. So we don't have a blanket authority. We have an authority based on reasonable, probable grounds where we suspect that the mail particular item may be being utilized to send or receive illicit drugs. We do this in two formats. One, we conduct inspections through a coordinated inspection projects, which NAPS Police have participated prior to COVID. COVID changed many of our logistics within the postal system. And the second one is intelligence-based. And this is where we get information from our communities, from police agencies, from our postal employees, where they may be identifying certain items that are of a suspicious nature, or items that we may have identified in the past based on our interactions. Then we will apply the intelligence-based approach when we conduct those inspections. So that's kind of a bit of background for you. But before I get into the other topic, you may have heard that Canada Post launched a national strategy to supporting the Indigenous and Northern Reconciliation Strategy. And what you see, there are four pillars. The first pillar is improving the postal service to Indigenous and Northern communities. And you may have seen some transitions, interactions from local post offices, the postal leadership, where they may be kind of listening and understanding what some of the challenges are being experienced in our Indigenous and Northern communities. The second one is develop and implement Indigenous procurement policy. And this is more designed to have a more active participation from companies that are doing business with us, that there is a high level of participation, representation from Indigenous communities. Improve Indigenous employment and retention. This is another very active exercise that's being underway throughout the organization, where we are going out and looking for to staff many positions within Indigenous persons, so that we have a good representation, meaning from cultural awareness, understanding the community needs. What I can share with you, within my team, we have hired 5 postal inspectors. They've been just remarkable, us helping my team nationally to understand some of the community issues, the pressure points, cultural awareness, and that has sent a dramatic shift within the postal inspectors. The fourth pillar, which rests with me, is the support the viability and safety of our Indigenous community. And this is really designed for the Postal Service to ensure that what's going through the postal system is safe. It's not going to cause damage to our communities in the North and in the Indigenous community, and globally as well in the postal system. So based on that, couple of things happen. So we did part of this fourth pillar. We've been going out and engaging with our law enforcement partners and communities across the country. And we're learning, we're listening, we're paying attention to the community needs. We're understanding what some of the challenges that are being faced across the country. And that's helping us, that has helped us to ensure that we are paying attention, and more importantly, putting the right safeguards in place to help us to really create a bit of disruption activities, so that illicit product doesn't end up into the community. Especially the earlier comment, our focus is really disruption. So between 2021 and year to date, as of June, Q2, we engaged with 150 communities and law enforcement agencies. There is also a lot of work being undertaken by Public Safety Canada, Health Canada, and more importantly, the Canadian Chiefs of Police Association, and especially the Private Liaison Committee, to ensure that we're all coordinated in our approach to addressing this very serious issue. We have also done some pilots across the country, where we have identified, based on the input that we received through our engagement with the communities and law enforcement agencies, where we identified certain high-risk communities. And I'll give you a couple of examples. Klimtu, BC, British Columbia, Tanuli Lake in Manitoba, where a lot of damage was being done through illicit substance that was going through the postal system or other means. So the team got together with the local police agencies and built a disruption plan. And that included a coordinated effort for us to examine as much mail we could for a certain period of time. What I can share with you is that that strategy have an impact. We were able to assist the local police to reduce police-related calls for that period by close to 70%. And so we understand the impact of illicit substance, alcohol that may be going into our dry communities, that if we put the right efforts in, which we are trying our best that we can, it does have a positive impact. Klimt, British Columbia is the same way. And there is I just got a report from a Quebec region. Similar type of an activity occurred where we went in, did the projects, and right after that, we started to see quite a bit reduction in the police service calls related to alcohol or other illicit drugs that may be going inbound to those communities. I know I can tell you in this region, the work that we did with the NAPS police, we also saw a shift. Where individuals have decided to use other mechanism other than the mail to transport their illicit products because they know that the postal inspectors and the law enforcement agencies and our community members are paying attention and they're reporting, and that's allowing us to build some safeguards in place. We have also deployed screening technologies, and thanks to NAPS Police, where we got a X-ray machine that's based in Toronto that is being well used to screen mail going into your regions and other northern communities that are being serviced out of the Ontario region. In 2021, we removed about 14.28 million in street value from the postal system. And out of that, close to 3 million was destined to northern and indigenous communities across the country. As we're kind of going through for this year, we did close to about 1,500 items already, and that counted for 7.6 million in street value. And out of that, about 1,400 were destined to indigenous and northern communities, and that counted for about 1.4 million. So that's the results as of Q2, and we believe that this number is probably going to be much higher till to the end of the year. Part of this process, we mentioned coordinated inspections that was undertaken along with the assistance of our law enforcement partners. We did 4 projects as of June. And about 3 other occurred since June. And there's many planned for the rest of the year. This year alone, we went out and had conversations with 38 communities as of June. And we are in line to complete 120 communities along with the post offices, the local police agencies, so that we can understand some of the impact that is being experienced. What we're finding is we're finding some serious illicit substance that's going through the system. The concealment methods are getting complicated. We're finding that individuals are very creative, especially the traffickers that wants to get this product through. They're concealing it in household items. And that sometimes makes it a bit difficult for police agencies and postal inspectors to have a positive detection. So that's why the screening technology works. In fact, we have a postal inspector based out of Sudbury, and he's got a portable X-ray unit that's been signed to him so that he can take around as he's doing his field visits. So that provide him a safe mechanism for him to identify and inspect these items. And what's planned for 2022, the first thing the last point, I'll make it as a first point, we want to engage with our post offices, our postal officials. We want to make sure that they have a very clear understanding in terms of what the rules and regulations are. We need to send the message that if you see something, say something. And we want to reinforce and educate the processes, what to do in the event that they do find a suspicious item in the postal system. We're 65,000 strong workforce across the country, and many of these successes, the numbers that I was sharing with you earlier, is the result of the fact that our employees are paying attention to what's going through the postal system, and they're identifying suspicious items and turning them over to postal inspectors for further examination. We strongly believe in partnership and coordinated approach to addressing the illicit substance issue at distance to our Indigenous and Northern communities. We're in the process of setting up some task forces with our law enforcement partners, with the help of our community leaders, so that we can identify which high-risk communities are and where we can put some coordinated efforts. We're going to continue to build up on our coordinated inspections that takes place in our major facilities across the country, mostly in Winnipeg, Toronto, Montreal, and also in Halifax. We're also moving forward with the cross-agency training opportunities for our law enforcement partners, along with the postal inspectors, that we understand the rules of engagement and where we can help and support, and vice versa. And we have undertaken this activity in a number of the regions in the country, and it's been very effective so far. We also want to look at maximizing the current intelligence and information exchange. How do we get that real-time information from the post offices, the postmasters, our community, and our law enforcement agencies into our system so that we can create a good, sound disruption plan? And vice versa. How do we share our information back with our postmasters in the local communities, and more importantly with our law enforcement partners, so that the information keeps going into that intelligence cycle that helps us to build a robust, sound investigative strategies. And as part of this activity, it's kind of made us realize that we're probably only touching a small surface of what the actual big issue is. And we need to do more. And we are building those processes in place to do more. But where we do a coordinated effort from various different other agencies, policing, postal inspector, health services, government policies, Health Canada, we're noticing that we are making a difference. But the question is, can we sustain that difference? And only way to do that for us is to ensure that the real-time information comes into our systems, and that we have a mechanism in place to share that information back to our law enforcement partners or community frontline, our post offices, so that they are able to take that information and build it into their own action plans. So we're on a steady start, but there is quite a bit of work ahead of us. And I think one way to do that for us is to really kind of make sure that we're doing the activities within the laws that are currently structured and the regulations, so that we don't create other challenges for us from an investigative point of view, or more importantly, cause other issues in the front line with the postal employees. I can sure tell you that we have had cases where our postal employees have been aggressively harassed. They've been threatened whenever they are detecting and removing or turning over the items back to postal inspectors. So we're trying to figure out where's the best place to conduct these activities without putting our frontline postal officials in a situation where now they're taking the blunt of the pressure from the individuals that are really determined to get this product through the postal system. So I'll end there and I'll take questions or feedback. Thank you.
Any questions or comments to the presentation? Brenda?
So just a question. So what happens if a package is not claimed and it's sitting at the post office? How long does it sit there? Because there was a package that I'm aware of that that our people are just watching for it to be picked up, but it's been there for so long already.
So by regulations, usually it's about 15 days. Where we have to allow that package to be left for the customer to come and pick up. But if the package is suspected of containing a non-mailable matter that shouldn't be in the system, there's no need for that package to sit there. That package can be sent back following the internal protocol so that our postal inspectors or our, I call them undeliverable mail office, where items that don't have the proper addressing or there's other issues that end up in our undeliverable mail office so that they can inspect it and they can carry out whatever the next step may be.
Just a quick question. You know, the communities that they call remote far north communities, there's some problems there with Canada Post and the mail handlers, like the Northwest Company as an example. How do you, there's communication issues between the post office operator, NAPS, and the chief and council. How do you plan on improving that communication? And just recently, I had one box slip through because of the failure in communication. And it was a substantial shipment of some 80 grams, I think it estimated what it was. So it's a bit of a problem.
Thank you for the question. That's actually a question that keeps me up awake at night in terms of how do we really coordinate some of the information and provide a very clear and concise direction to our frontline postal officials. So we are meeting on a regular monthly basis with our Northwest Company that provides service in many of our communities so that we are able to identify some of those issues right on the outset. And then there is a internal working group that have undertaken with our operations community, where we are asking them to identify their issues as well, so that we can provide a good, solid, sound directive to or protocols to the frontline postal officials. And then for law enforcement, we're doing group trainings. So we're coming out and giving presentations, talking about the rules and regulations, talking about the investigative protocol. We have entered into MOUs with many of the law enforcement agencies across the country, where we are able to share information back and forth. So there's quite a bit of a kind of learning curve that's required, but we're setting up, and that's why I mentioned earlier, I put the in-person engagement at the post office at the top, because I think having a representation or getting our local management team in the front of um, the issues so that they can understand and build those protocols in place. So that's where we're kind of sitting in there, but we'd love to hear, and if there are ideas that would work for your community, the areas that you're managing, so that we can, maybe we can do a subset of a new directive or protocol, or even get our post inspectors to visit those communities.
I don't know how we can improve it, but I know in that particular case, the call was made by the postal worker, and the person picked up the box. There has to be a better process for information to flow faster and the reaction time faster. In this case, we missed the box. I don't know whether the comm center, the new comm center that we're all navigating through had a cause to that, but there were some problems with that. It's especially difficult in fly and remote communities. So that's something that really needs to be looked at.
No, that's sorry. You have a comment?
Yeah, Chief Wesley, certainly, I'm going to say this as well, and is that I have yet to sign that protocol. So the protocol you just mentioned, I know we as the police, we're going to need to see it, because listening to Chief and many of the chiefs that are here, when we go to meetings with our leaders, this is one of the items that they bring up. So Chief Wesley, and we're going to have to look at this protocol, work with Canada Post, so that I know many of our communities, the people who are working in Canada Post don't know about this. Okay, so especially in our far north communities, they don't know what they're supposed to do. So I think that this is the first step, having you here to talk about this. It's a great step, but if we're going to be looking at assisting Canada Post with information, especially when it comes to these packages, we need to be aware. And so we're glad that you're here. And I think, let's have a look at this protocol right away, because our chiefs want this. And we have to ensure that we're proactive on this. And so let's have that dialogue soon, okay? And let's get this protocol signed so that our chiefs and the people administering Canada Post locations know what responsibilities are, and our leaders know, they also will know who is responsible for what, okay? So Chief Wesley, thanks for bringing that up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question over there.
Good afternoon. Chief George Kakagama, Kiwawan First Nation. I just want to make a comment. We do come to that problem as well in our community, things coming in through the mail. With my community, a population of 500, when we know these people that sell these things, and when our post office worker sees something, she knows that it's a suspicious package, and I've gotten calls informing me that there is suspicious package. There's one time I went to the post office, and Northern Store looks after our mail services in our community. So I told manager, I'm going to open this package regardless if you say okay or not to me. I was willing to make that stand as a chief. If somebody's going to get into trouble, I wanted it to be me who would be getting into trouble. But I never did open that package, but I knew it was something illegal. So they told me they were going to send it back. And I agreed to that. Sure enough, when they found out what it was in there, it was liquor that was in there. So, for myself as chief, I was willing to make that stand and open the package myself. And I'm willing to do that if I see something like what Wesley says. If there's a suspicious package in my community, I'm willing to go and open it myself if I know that's a suspicious package. Just want to make that comment. Miigwech.
Thank you for the feedback, and we understand how important it is to keep our communities, our postal system safe. And I think we want to make sure that there is a process in place where the information gets to the right people on the postal side, and that's where the awareness comes in. So whenever the postal employee recognizes the suspicious item, immediately they have a process in place. And if that process is broken, then there's an escalation processes involved where senior management on the postal side gets involved. So we get those type of examples throughout the country. And by just clarifying our protocols, clarifying making sure that once that item is identified as suspicious, and if it meets on a reasonable probable grounds for us to have that test in place, then chances are that package is not going to go anywhere. And we just want to make sure that there is a clear guideline. So if there is we need to come down into the community and talk to the postmaster or get our operations people in there, we'll love to do that. I'll leave some business cards behind, and if there is a opportunity to have one-on-one conversation or through the NAPS police, we would be more than happy to facilitate those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a couple more items to get to before we call for a break, and then after that we'll have the open forum if you had any more questions for the presentations. So with that, I don't know who's gonna, I don't have that control device. I don't even know how to scroll. I don't even know how to use that. My report is up next as board chair. And if I can get a technician to bring it up, I'd appreciate it. This one is the one you see on the screen. That'll be Asher James will be assisting me in that, providing that update. But I do have a board report that I'm going to refer to for now until we get to the opt-in legislation update. So on behalf of the board, thank you. Thank you to the chiefs. Thank you to everybody that are in attendance. We just want to extend a warm greeting to everybody. We've been working with the leadership in terms of maintaining or keeping up with the protocols that are set in place at the community level. And our frontline police force have been working diligently to make sure that we meet all expectations or we meet all the protocols that are established. So I just wanted you to be aware of that, to let you know that that's been the process these last few years. We've been involved in the telephone calls or the call-ins that have been taking place. So going along with my report, I don't see anybody. Is there any way to put it up there? If not, I'm going to continue. This past year, the board focused on completing negotiation of a new 3-year agreement. The total funding for the fiscal year is $53 million, and it will increase to $56 million in 2025. Key components of that agreement are sustained funding for administrative support for the officers' positions we have gained in the past 3 years. The support will go to management, IT services, finance, HR, and court services. Of more interest at the community level will be the 2 new K9 units and regional drug investigative teams. Until now, NAPS had only a few dedicated officers working as a drug unit for us. Negotiated We negotiated an additional 18 drug enforcement positions to be created over the next 3 years. This is a huge influx of manpower that will help NAPS to target the drug dealers in the community. Those details have been provided by both the chief and deputy chief in their presentations. Another welcome announcement that came as part of the negotiations was the commitment to launch 5 new detachment builds over the next 3 years. 2 have been announced already, and they are Martin Falls and Nescandiga. The builds are set to start in the spring of 2022. This is work in progress, so we're monitoring the work. This will go a long way to helping us cover off detachment builds in areas of critical need. From a governance perspective, the board will engage in community consultations directly with leadership on an annual basis. We will accomplish this with a combination of community visits, tribal council annual general meeting attendance, and having a presence at chiefs gatherings. We intend to gather input from leadership that we can bring these ideas to the board to assist and guide us in implementing short, medium, and long-term goals we set for the administration in the annual strategic and operational plans. These changes in approach are all in preparation for inclusion in legislation. Policies are being reviewed and updated to match the progress we are making as we prepare for that change. I would like to thank leadership on behalf of the board for all the patience they exercised as the painfully slow process of legislative renewal played out. I certainly hope that the upcoming fiscal year heralds the completion of that monumental task that the board and NAN executive took on your behalf. I just going to elaborate a bit on that, and I'm going to ask Asha James too to provide comments on the update. It has been a long process in working in meeting with government, both levels of government with the province to get to that stage of being included in the Police Services Act. The amendment process took place. The next step was the proclamation, but that hasn't happened yet. We had to wait for. It's the election processes that have hampered the process. We had to wait for the fourth government election at the last election, and then we had to wait for this recent one. And yet the work continues. We continue to work with the province in trying to find out when and how this will transpire. So that work is ongoing. The commitment and dedication has been consistent from both ourselves as the board and also from the NAN executive. From a legal perspective, I will ask Asha to give us an update.
Thank you, Chair. We have a PowerPoint presentation. If you can. Thank you. And I understand that everyone that's in attendance and will get a copy of this PowerPoint presentation. So I'm not going to go through all of the slides, but just wanted to provide a bit of an update on where we are currently in the process. And so you'll remember that at the last NAPS AGM that the board requested the support from the chiefs communities, from NAPS communities, that whether or not the chiefs wanted the police service to opt in under the new legislation. And at that meeting in February, it was unanimous support that chiefs wanted NAPS and NAN to continue to move forward in ensuring that NAPS gets into the legislative process. So We have continued with our working groups. So since February of 2020, NAN and NAPS have been meeting with Ontario as part of a working group to discuss how NAPS can best be prepared to begin operating under the new legislated standards. The most recent meeting of the working group occurred on August 16th, 2022. And as Chair Matatawaban has said, unfortunately at this meeting as well, Ontario was unable to provide a concrete date that the new legislation will be coming into force. But in the meantime, NAPS continues to prepare for when it is proclaimed so that we can move swiftly to opt in under the legislation. So we have engaged in this preparation work with the Ontario Policing Inspectorate, and they've done a detailed review of NAP's current status. So looking at where there are areas that the police service needs to improve in order to come in line with the adequacy standards that are set out in the legislation. And so they had 6 community visits to 6 of the NAPS detachments, and they went to Sandy Lake, Muskrat Dam, Mishkegoguming, Cat Lake, and Kingfisher Lake. And we've now had a report. And so as a result of this review of policies and detachments, the Inspectorate has created a report which outlines where NAPS meets the current standards required from other police services Ontario and where it needs improvement. And the Inspectorate's report confirmed that NAPS is largely in compliance with comparable non-Indigenous services in Ontario, indicating only a few compliance issues to address. So NAN and NAPS will continue to collaborate with Ontario to determine how best to address these compliance issues set out in the Inspector's report, as well as what funding and resources will be needed to address the compliance issues. And so to this end, NAN and NAPS has begun developing a joint implementation plan. The implementation plan will describe each compliance issue identified, as well as the steps, funding, and resources necessary to address the issues set out in the report. And I think just again to reiterate what the chair has said, we're waiting for Ontario to proclaim this legislation. But NAN and NAPS are continuing to advocate through correspondence and meetings with the Solicitor General and their office, and trying to look at ways that we could move this forward, even if it's only the portion related to the Indigenous police services being able to opt in under the legislation. What we've been told by Ontario is because this is a large policing legislation that encompasses many areas, not just Indigenous policing, there are other issues that they're trying to work out before they proclaim the act. And so we're continuing to advocate to make sure that at a minimum, the opt-in process gets moved along, even if it's done so before the rest of the legislation.
Thank you, Asha. So that's the update on the opt-in process. It's been long. Many meetings have transpired. Many exchanges, or just the team. I can truthfully say that the team, the working group, have been consistent also. They have committed themselves, shown their dedication, and we continue to press forward, press hard on trying to get that commitment. It's been a very interesting journey, if I may say so. For for them to realize, I guess, the First Nation communities were not part of the Police Services Act before. And once the amendments were changed, that's when reality set in, I guess. Reality sets in. So it's work continues. And for us, you have our commitment to press forward. I see Frank McKay has his hand up.
Yep. Just a few comments to add on to the chair's report in relation to the opt-in legislation. I'm right now representing State Falls First Nations proxy, but I sit on the board as the vice chair of the NAPS board. And I just wanted to thank the efforts of the negotiating team that negotiated this part of the legislation that we had to make amendments to allow for our NAPS unique situations and circumstances we face as a northern remote First Nations be included in the recognition of our strategies here in the NAPS territory. One of the things I wanted to say is to be, I guess, be cautious about is that the provincial government. We're the first ones to really work hard toward legislative-based police services, police force to be recognized under a legislation, which was one of the mandates that was given to us by the chiefs. They wanted to have a real police force, not a program that operated from year to year on a funding basis. And we wanted to be have the same standards as other police forces in Ontario and Canada. And that we continue to operate under the federal laws and provincial laws, and also First Nations laws. And this is what we're working towards to. But the provincial government, this provincial government has a new minister of justice under the social the social solicitor general. Solicitor General. He's a new minister there, and he has decided that he's going to consult our First Nations in Ontario about this legislation, these amendments that affected their First Nations first before he brings this to cabinet to be passed as law. We know there's also cautioning about is that there's a federal effort also, federal legislation that's being currently discussed at the national level with the other First Nation police associations and forces in Canada, that they're going to do that. They're just starting that work, in that portion, they have a long way a long process to work. But we have been waiting for the last 2 years under the Wynne government when he passed this law that we would be recognized under this provincial police. But when the Ford government came in, he abolished that law, and proceeded to have a new police force, and that's why we've been delayed with this process. So I just wanted to make sure that the chiefs are aware of that. That there's national efforts, and there's also provincial. Our provincial NAPS is the one that spearheaded that initiative to have the legislative process. And you have already approved to opt into this process, and that's the direction that we will continue to follow this process. So when they talk about our legal counsel talks about that they don't have a firm timeline yet. It's about another process that this government, as new minister, wants to undertake is to further consult with other First Nations in Ontario, and that we have partners, that we have other partners that are watching us and supporting us in relation to other police forces in Ontario that support our efforts in this area, and we will continue to work with them, and so that's a few comments that I wanted to make to for our First Nations to be aware of those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank. With that, I just one last comment. As the leadership, as the chiefs in the region, with your ongoing support, we wouldn't have gotten this far without your support, without your endorsement. So you are the drivers. You are the voices that can be reckoned with by this government. I hope that you will take that into consideration as you continue with your forums at the leadership level. NAN has been the leader in making these changes to the Police Services Act, and I hope you will remind them of that. That concludes my report as board chair. I don't know if there's any questions. I want to thank Asha James for the support in providing the update, and also to Frank as the board vice chair. Miigwech. So with that, our next item is the annual report. I will ask Chief Morrison to give us an update on that one.
Okay, there is a PowerPoint for this. Again, this the annual report is in draft form. Okay, and I'll explain as we go along. Again, we always include our mission statement in our annual report. And it's always accompanied by our 3 regions, and includes each location and table of contents, and then obviously we'll have the my report, and we always have again, we've covered off some of the strategic plans and some of the items that we are working on. Again, this will, Kelly, I believe we are going to provide this in terms of, it is only in draft form right now until we can have an audit done, okay? Can I get the PowerPoint back on, please? Again, this is our annual report here, and then the previous one was when I was looking at it, it didn't look like the one that we had put together. So this is what our annual report is going to look like. Again, we have Sergeant Christian Kim out of our Yadmatong detachment, and I believe that's Constable. It looks like Slade Falls up on the top there. So, and this is one of the. So on social media, when I mentioned earlier, we have Shout Media doing our taking care of our social media platform. That's our Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So again, we this picture of who we see here from left to right is Sergeant Corey Oleschuk, who is our recruitment officer, Acting Detective Sergeant Carly Drews, and she is in our Central Region Court office, but also assisting in our Survivor Assisted Support Program. and Sergeant Corey Lagarde. Corey is out of our central region. So again, this is our commitment, our vision, our core values. We have our message from our board chair, a message from myself. So again, with any report, we always include our org charts, obviously, in terms of who some of the departments that we and the reporting structure for our organization. With the number of officers that we've received over the last few negotiations, we have actually grown considerably in size to the point now we are within, I'm going to say it, we are within the top 15 services in terms of size and officer complement and civilians. So when you couple the civilians and the officers together, we employ over 300 people within our organization. So again, number of people employed, very large organization. And again, when you look at the mid-size to small services in the province of Ontario, we are only behind Sudbury Police and Thunder Bay Police as the larger mid-size services. You heard Deputy Chief talk about his operational report, and the operational report does cover off a lot of things because the deputy is responsible for the entire operations of the service. So his report is always a very lengthy one. So again, when we do roll out this report, it'll come out again to everyone, the leaderships in emailed version, but also again, we will make hard copies. And then the deputy covered a lot of this stuff off in his report earlier today. See, again, it is a very deputy's report on operations is always a very lengthy one. And he did go over a lot of this this morning. I do have to say some words here for many of you that are in attendance here today. This is Inspector Alex Misawes. He's from Yadmatong. He's been with our service for a number of years. And I do want to acknowledge him today because I'm going to share some information. And this is widely known already. For those that don't know, Alex was recently diagnosed with cancer, and our thoughts and prayers are with him and his family, because like many of us, that are employed, who are fortunate to be employed for our communities and organizations that serve our NAN territory, our families rely on us. And Alex is no exception to this. He provides a lot of support to his family and to his community and to the Mattawa area. And Alex has a battle in front of him, and it's not lost on us that he is going to go through a battle. And we're going to hope and pray for him and his family while he goes through this battle. And we are doing everything we can to give him some assistance. And also, there's some other people within our organization who are having a similar battle. And we're ensuring that we're going to make sure that we support our people who are going through this battle. And but I just wanted to let everyone know that the reason why Alex cannot be here today is because of this recent diagnosis that he received. And that is why we have Mike Cece, who was the staff sergeant. He's going to be filling in for Alex for the next little while until Alex recovers from this battle, and we expect him, to be back and hopefully very soon. But I just wanted to say those words. He's a valued member of our team. He's a valued member of his community. He's a valued member of Anishinaabe Nation because of the job he does for our people. So I just wanted to mention that here today. because Alex is not here to join us. So again, the report will cover off the central region, and each region will have a report within the annual report, updating on some of the accomplishments, some of the current issues that each region faces, and what's being done to tackle these issues. So again, it's Alex covers off basically, the detachment complements for his region. And you can see some of the pictures. I believe this is the Yabmatong detachment. And this was, again, when September 8th, when we took the OECP chiefs up there, they got to see this detachment. And they were all very impressed with this detachment because it is, the remote setting. To build a facility like this, it is a great undertaking. And when it's accomplished, it'll serve our communities, for a very, very long time. So this is the style of detachments that we're going to be looking to build in each of our communities. They'll have the residents attached to it. And certainly in our larger detachments or larger communities, they'll have more residences attached to the office space. Again, this is some of the updates that Alex would be covering off. And Inspector Jeannie Burke from our Northeast region. The reason why Jeannie is not here today is that she is in Niagara Falls at the International Association of Women in Policing, where we sent a number of our female officers down to participate in this. And one of our own members, Detective Sergeant Alana Morrison, is actually going to be making a presentation to the conference about the Survivor Assistance Support Program and the work that's being done to help our people who are victims of domestic violence and sexual violence. Like you heard Detective Inspector Deuce talk about earlier, the sexual assaults that are occurring in our communities, it is very high. It is really high, and it is concerning because we know that this is a very sensitive issue, but we also know that it's a sensitive issue that we have to talk about. We can't hide from this, and it's important that we address this. And I know that the Women's Council has a big part to play in this, and we're certainly have to be very proactive on this front because it is happening far too often, and it's important that we just can't hide from the elephant in the room with this. Okay. So again, Inspector Jeannie Burke, she'll cover off her annual report. Again, the staffing, some of the issues that are being faced, the calls for service, charges laid. So again, it's a good breakdown. Talk about the training. One of the things that you heard Detective Inspector Deuce talk about was training our people, is that our training building, we're able to offer courses, accredited courses. And not only is it for our people, but we share the training. We offer it to our policing partners from Treaty 3, from Anishinaabeg. We offer it to our Indigenous services first, and then we offer seats to Thunder Bay Police, to OPP. Again, it's that collaboration and partnership to ensure that we're all benefiting from the training center. Because to travel from Northwestern Ontario down to the Ontario Police College, it is a great distance. So it saves money by offering the training here in Thunder Bay. And it saves money to those services who are in this area. Rather than having to send them all the way down to Southern Ontario, they can actually stay within Northwest region. Again, we know that winter season is going to be coming upon us, and this is an area in the Northeast region where they're very active in their winter road patrol because there's only one road going up north on the northeast side. So their ability to be proactive with enforcement measures because of that one road is, they're able to do a lot more of it. And it's quite easy to target when you only have one road coming out of Moosonee and you know, snow machine trails coming out of there as well. So again, it's pretty easy to target with, and that's in conjunction with OPP. Again, when this report comes out, we'll be ensuring that you know, everyone will get a copy of the report. Again, you heard Detective Inspector, Deputy Chief talk about our court services. This is a new department within our organization, and with a lot of services, you know, during COVID, everything was done virtually, and I know NAN Legal. There's probably going to be a report from NAN Legal about recommencing court in our communities. But again, because of our size, it was important for us to ensure that we had a dedicated person to oversee our court services, and Inspector Muraloon has been tasked with this with this big task, really. So again, we have a professional standards bureau, and our professional standards is responsible for investigating public complaints. And there is actually, you know, a number. We've received we're probably approaching, and I get the updates from the investigations, and there's been over 25 complaints being investigated through this office this calendar year, and the majority of these complaints have been concluded, and there has been disciplinary measures, you know, as a result of many of these investigations, because we hold our officers to account. You know, again, our professional standards office is led by Sergeant Major John Paul Spence, JP Spence. JP is a band member of Fort Albany, and he's lived you know, the majority of his life in South Porcupine and in North Bay. So we're happy to have JP back in with our organization, and he's doing a great job leading this standard or professional standards office. And within our professional standards, he also has a detective sergeant, and so because they are very busy, and the reports that come with this type of investigation are quite lengthy, and they have to refer to case law and basically associated, you know, what are the penalties associated with any infractions. So again, there's a lot of work that goes into these types of reports. Again, and this is, if we can have this page enlarged, can we get this page enlarged? Again, this is our statistics. When we look at within the last calendar year, you know, we've had some very serious offenses, and you can see right at the top there, attempt murders. We had 3 in our Northeast region. And as you can see, the sexual offenses, yeah, again, that's, you know, very high, very, very high. Look at the assaults. Again, we're very high in this area. If you can scroll down, is there a possibility to scroll down here? And if you can go right to the bottom, go right to the bottom. So again, we look at the sudden deaths, you know, that was last calendar year, you know, in terms of number of sudden deaths, and you can see each region is very close with each other in terms of the number of sudden deaths that have occurred in each region. So I will say, is there another page to this? Because there should be a total number of occurrences. We have seen, again, so when you look at this calendar year here, and you look at the mental health, okay, the attempted suicides, again, threat of suicide, Mental Health Act, again, these are when a person is makes this attempt or threatens it, we know that the person is unstable. You know that they're not thinking right. So again, it's when you factor in the threat of suicide, the attempt suicide, and the mental health, they all contribute to one another. So when you look at this statistic and the calls here, that's around over 1,000 calls in relation to probably mental health issues. So as you can see, there's a number of calls that we track and we keep information on. So if you can go right down to the bottom, I believe. So now, again, service-wide, you look at the regions, the number of calls per region, and then you look at service-wide, we're over 30,000 calls for that calendar year. And if you compare that to the previous year, we have seen during COVID a substantial increase in the number of occurrences happening. Whereas previously, I believe we were around 22 or 24,000 the previous year. So to go up to over 30,000, that's a huge increase. But it's also because, before being in the current state we're in with our shortages, we had a number of officers in the field. And when you think about, when you have more officers, there's more items to report on. There's more documents, more charges. So again, it's that the more people you have, the more occurrence reports that get generated. But again, there's also more calls during COVID that came in. So we did see an increase in calls for service. And when you think about the crime that is occurring, and when you saw the crime severity index and the violent crime severity index, and you see the increase in calls for service, our officers are working hard. They are. And they're doing what they can, and with the lack of resources, we are having to be creative again, talking about incentives. But again, we do know that we are busier. We are a lot busier. So this brings me to the audit. So I will say this is that right now, due to we are short in our finance department, so this has hindered our audit from being done this year. It has MNP has been on site. They have done work. It's just that we don't have a complete audit yet because we've been short-staffed in our finance department by two accounts payable people, and not having accounts payable people. Well, we had two. One retired earlier this year. We did bring a person in, and that person worked for us for a short bit and then went on to another job. And then the second person that was within our unit, our accounts payable unit, also took another position with another organization. So we were only left with our director of finance, and so that really, and coupled with COVID, in terms of people being available to do audits. So we had this process. We did have MNP on site just a couple of weeks ago. So we don't have an audit done for this annual report as of yet. But we expect that, hopefully we'll have an audit done soon and be able to provide that information. And then once it is done, it's going to have to go before our police board and the executive so that they can see our financial position before we can look at presenting that to our chiefs. So we don't have an audit to talk about or to present. It is in the works. It is still forthcoming. So Chair, that is the annual report. It is in draft form, and the piece that we are missing is the audit piece, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, I will call for a break, 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and we have an open forum, and if there were any other questions to the presentations that were made this afternoon. 10 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, we're almost done. The best part, question and answer.
Okay. If I can have folks come back in or make their way back to their seats. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. And then we can proceed to finish off our agenda items. We have an open forum next, and I do have some housekeeping to do, so I need your participation. Okay, hopefully people will make their way back. Up next is the open forum for our AGM here. I just want to comment that in looking back over the years, our AGMs used to take place during the NAN Chiefs meetings, and we were always rushed to present the report. This is our third annual AGM, doing it this way, where we have our own forum. I must say that it's been very, it's a positive change, and I don't know how we did it for the first 25 years. But this is our third annual general meeting, and the presentations to date and everything that's been presented has been very, very helpful, and will lead towards establishing those much needed partnerships and working relationships with other agencies and entities. So with that, thank you for your participation. So I'm going to open it now. It is the open forum. You're invited to ask questions or make comments. So I'll leave it. I'll open it now. Brenda?
Hello. I just want to say, through the years that I've also been in leadership, I've really been amazed how all the organizations in our region have really improved, and I'm really thankful that that we're able to work in that capacity of teamwork, especially identifying the needs of each community. We are so diverse, but yet so close. And I want to mention that I missed the prayer and the drum this morning, so I acknowledge those and also the treaty, the territory we're in. So with that being said, I've noticed that the graduations that happened, one of them was my niece, and a girl, another community member that graduated in the police foundations in a college here last month. Was it last month? So what are the future plans for the ones that are graduating in terms of recruiting them into NAPS? Is there a way that that's being done?
No, Brenda, that's yeah, the Oshkosh graduation. I had the opportunity to speak there as a keynote, and to see the females graduating, because there was actually the majority of the females in all the programs there. The majority of the graduates were females, and that was a real, that was real good to see. In the Police Foundation program, again, the majority of the people who are graduating were Indigenous females. In comparison, I think there was only two males, and the rest were females. So I have spoken with Sean Mulligan over there, and I know that I spoke with a couple of the graduates, and I told them, one was missing. I think she's just getting her G1 and has to get her, still awaiting to graduate, to get her full license. So we told her, I said, just send your application in now. Even when So I'm going to be working with Sean because we did have a partnership with them, and when they were shut down during COVID. So now that they're back to in person, we're going to have reestablish that connection, because that is a good location to get people into our service. So that's one of those resources where we have to work with those organizations such as Oshki to get people into NAPS. And not only police foundations, I'll say it here, is that all we want to see is that the person meets the requirements. And if they have any post-secondary education, and doesn't matter what field, they can still apply to be a police officer. You don't have to take police foundations to be a cop. You don't. So if a person is taking health, and they don't want to work in health, but want to serve their people and be a police officer, as long as we can see that they meet the minimum requirements and have the ability to pass the physicals and pass at OPC, that's what we want to see. And so when it comes to post-secondary programming or education, it doesn't matter what program. All we want to see is that the individual has the capability of passing a post-secondary education program. So again, it's Oshki, absolutely. I think that's an untapped resource that we're going to have to start working closely with again. And I was telling Sean that, hey, when you have good people, let us know so that we can start tracking and working with them. Even as they complete their first year and go into their second year, we can work with them in their final year so that when they're done and they meet all the requirements, that they're ready to go as soon as they finish their program. So again, Brenda, it's a good point, Oshki. And it was really good to see all the females graduating from all the programs there. And I think I was approached by, she was, I think, 19. Who was, because I know there's one from, from your community. Yeah, okay. I met, I think it was one of them, I'm not sure. And then who was the other one?
One of them was my niece,
Yeah.
Jamie Fox, and Trelissa Bottle graduated.
Yeah, it was Bottle. Yeah, I remember. So again, we're encouraging our people to apply. Everything's online. And when we see, again, I instructed our recruitment office that when we see people from our communities, let's even an Indigenous person, that person moves to the front of the line. We want to see our Indigenous people apply to our service, even if they are from another, they're from Robinson Superior. Doesn't matter where they're from, as long if they're Indigenous, they know the hardships. So, yeah.
Thank you, Russell. Sorry, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just have another one that I wanted to ask about is the constable program, and if there's going to be a peacekeeper training or stuff like that NAPS can assist with communities. Is that ever? I know that there was one time a discussion on having band constables, or I don't know if I'm calling it right.
Yeah, yeah. So Brenda, in terms of we have assisted our communities in terms of doing education on like with any band constable program or any peacekeeping program, So we have, I don't see him in here, but one of the people that's here doing security is from our training unit, and we have sent members from our training unit in the past into communities that have peacekeepers to show them proper ways of conducting searches on a person. Again, it's just educational awareness on how to properly feel a person for searching. And so we have done outreach like that. So any community that's going to implement and they want that type of assistance, we can send our trainers to that. Okay, we can send you them so they can show your people who are doing this security how to properly and safely conduct searches or pat down people. Again, so we've done it. Okay, we have. And if there's communities that, and we've even supplied, like because of our turnovers are so high, officers turn in their equipment. So we sometimes with the high turnover rate, we have a lot of good equipment that's remaining. So some of our jackets, we've just taken off the flashes, and you could put the security flash on the back or even security on the shoulders. And we've given some of our equipment to our communities to identify them in whatever which way. Again, so we do work with our communities. And Bobby, this is one of our training officers, Constable Bobby McPhail. Do you remember what community we went into and provided that assistance with doing education? Do you remember? Okay. So we have done it in the past, so we have gone into communities and provided that assistance. Yeah. Thanks, Bob.
Russell.
A couple of things. Just on the mental health side of things, just recently, I returned home from whatever I was doing at the time, and was faced with a problem with our police. So I went to go talk to the young man, and I found out that he'd been on 2 consecutive shifts. That's like 24 hours. And then I also found out that he was alone. And during that time, I know I was talking to him about a psychosis event that was happening. And then I got to thinking, this young man's endured so many different complex issues over the course of a 24-hour period. Actually, it would be 48 hours, I guess. And at that time, there were so many diverse situations that he was faced with, and he was alone. And I got to thinking that, well, first of all, he had a psychosis event. He didn't know it was a psychosis event because the person was high on meth or jibbo, whatever they call it. And it's really hard to recognize those events. Even I've had a few of them where I didn't really understand what it was until later, because I wasn't educated in that. And that's something I noticed about the officer. He wasn't educated with that behaviors of psychosis events. And then there wasn't anything really available for him in terms of mental health support. He was alone, and there were some events that were life-changing experiences for him because something new to him. So, the whole issue around mental health of our officers is important. We have to take care of our officers. But mind you, those young men are pretty tough. But we don't know what the burdens that they carry until much later in their lives. When they wind down from their duties, those won't become evident until that time. So I wanted to stress that it's important that we have proper mental health supports. And oftentimes there's a need for cross-organization linkages and partnerships, and those really need to be strengthened. There's a number of services that provide mental health supports. In Wendigo Tribal Council, we have a large number of mental health counselors that we provide for our communities. And then Nodin Counseling has theirs, Slifna has theirs, and then the various other tribal councils. So regardless of where our officers are placed or or where they happen to be at any given time, those supports should be there for them as well. So those cross-organization linkages really need to happen, and they're important. And it becomes even more important to have those when you start getting into things like the things that I've been advocating for, and that's the development of our own nation's laws. Just recently, I voiced the fact that we need to start writing these laws down, because we can no longer say we're an oral society. Our organizations have advanced to a point where they're self-sustaining, and their capacity is, they're capable of doing things now, which is why I'm saying that we've developed our corporate entities to a point where we don't need to, they're pretty much self-sustaining. But what we're forgetting is the grassroots direction from whence they came, how they developed. They came from the communities. The communities saw the need for these things: health, education, policing, and so on. So therefore, in reaction, we created these organizations in NEC, NAPS, SLIFNA, and on, because there was a need for them. But while we were doing that, we were developing these corporate entities in which we needed to operate in and comply with the Canadian system. We forgot about our own laws. We forgot about our own grassroots people. So that's why I'm saying we need to go back and start reinforcing those community laws and start building on them. I know in my community, my folks are working really hard developing our own childcare law. That's just one piece. That's around children. We need to look at laws around justice, courts, policing. NAPS is just one component of our justice needs in the communities. So that's why I'm saying we need to go back to our roots, our laws, and we need to start developing those under nationhood. When there's a treaty signed, it's signed between the government of Canada, Ontario, and the First Nation. And the reason why that's so is because the governments recognize that the First Nation is its own government. Few people don't realize that. And so this is why I really, really encourage that our organizations that are already self-sustaining should come back and start working with those communities that created them. Because the basis of our entities are those needs that we needed at that particular time. And we need to go back and strengthen that grassroots direction capabilities that we have. You're here asking me for direction. And this is what I'm telling you. We need to go back. We need to start working on our peacekeeping laws. We need to start merging them with the corporate entities we have now, because that direction is not really there anymore. You're only coming to me as the spokesperson. You need to go back to the peacekeepers, the elders, the women, the men, the children, because that's where the direction comes from. And I'm just reminding everyone that we're slowly forgetting that, and we need to go back to that. It's very important. I wanted to make that known so that people don't forget about it. And we need to do these things, not just in justice, but in the other sectors as well. Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, Chief Wesley, and you always bring up some great points at our meetings, and what you talk about, having going back to our old ways and justice, and I think it's when you hear Chief Sutherland talking about bylaws, and again, I think in terms of looking forward, for our territory, for the NAN territory, I know each community has that ability to make the laws, but when you look at the territory in total, I think, having that, the creation of the NAN doing the justice and having a person leading justice, it's a good step in the right direction, because I think, incorporating the old ways and immersing them with new ways should be explored, because we are moving forward, but however, we can't forget the past. And there's a lot can be learned from the past and implemented into the future. So I think there's opportunities to really looking at how do we do this across our territory? Do we look at templates? Do we look at, again, having, when I talk about the bylaws and our legal, working with other legal counsel to develop those police authorities into bylaws that's, implementing old ways with new ways. I think that has to be explored, because we seem to be, even though we are working together for the betterment of our communities, I think in a larger scale, what you talk about having a justice for our entire nation, it is worthwhile to explore. I know it would be a long endeavor, but I know that should be the direction. That's the way our communities want to go, and we can't forget that. So I think this is that opportunity to really make that push to have a justice system for our people. And it would be a long endeavor, but we're going to be here. We're going to be here, and we have to support that.
Yeah, this is what I've been talking about. The part where I'm talked about corporate responsibility. Our organizations, which regardless of which organization it is, it's developed to a level where they must give back now. They have to. It's part of their responsibility to start documenting and recording from where their direction and creation came from. And it's those laws that come from the communities. Like for my community, I want to look at a whole justice system, not just policing, but court system, and the whole range, the whole thing. And I guess the advantage I have is I don't have a treaty, so I have that opportunity to develop my nationhood. But that's not to say the others that already have a treaty, they're capable of doing that as well. Just some points I want to, voice.
No, certainly, Chief, and I thank you for bringing up the mental health issue. Our people are suffering. Our own people in our communities, our NAN members are suffering. And then when you have people who are serving our communities, they feel those impacts too, not only in policing, but in health and in social services. The trauma that has been experienced by our people. And so when you have people working with individuals who have that trauma, it becomes hard on them too, because they carry that in a way, those experiences, even though it may not impact them today or tomorrow or next week, at some point it's going to impact them. And that's why, having mental health programming for our people and sharing the resources, like you say, SLIFNA has people, Windigo has people. Chief Sutherland just sent me an email, of an individual as well who offers services, and that, I immediately flipped that over to our HR department, because sometimes it's hard to find resources to help our people, especially the professional resources that our people need. So if we know that it's available through our tribal councils, and and we have trouble sending people or finding appointments for them, we have to have those resources available to immediately help with people. So I really thank you for raising that point, and Chief Sutherland for providing a contact of an individual who can provide some professional services.
Yeah, just to further elaborate on what I mean by organizational linkages. with the current drug crisis, when it's crisis we're in, there it demonstrates a need that these linkages need to happen, especially when you have psychosis events. Not too much is understood about meth psychosis. It's different. It's a totally different experience. And then the organizational participation in those events, like the nurses, for instance, the doctors, NAPS officers on the scene. There's all sorts of problems associated with the medivacs, skedevacs, Form 1s, the medical community detox, the treatment side of things. Right now, there's no coordination amongst those organizations because the linkages and partnerships aren't in place. And just recently, we formed somebody out. I had to convince the nurses. I had to convince my doctor. I had to call them 1 o'clock in the morning in order for this Form 1 to happen. And well, guess what? They hit the regional side of things. Well, person is discharged the next day. What for? Because that linkage isn't there. Those things need to happen. That's why I'm saying these organizations are ours, and they need to work for us, and they need to do it effectively. That's why I'm saying that.
Thank you. Chief, Kakabidam.
Kakagamic. Kiwewin. Well, I'll start off by the comm center. I still don't like it. I just want to bring that up. And for my community, it's a small community, population of 500. So I feel that it's best for me to be able to call detachment from my home. So I've always said, if I don't say nothing, they're going to think everything is okay. That's why I bring that up. Anyhow, another concern. This past summer, in the month of July, we had an incident in my community. We had a suicide by hanging, and we discovered this body at midnight, and I went to go pound on the police office detachment because it was just right next door. My concern is, when we found the body in that state of hanging, when we approached our NAPS officer there, he told us not to touch anything, to leave everything the way it is. And that is my concern. We did what we were told by the NAPS. He told us the investigation team will be coming into the community. At first, he said within a couple hours. So, thinking that they were on their way, we left it alone. Just me knowing the state of that body hanging there. And I couldn't sleep. I kept going to the police station. I kept asking him, is the investigation team here? Finally, 7 o'clock in the morning, started calling the Grand Chief, NAN deputy chiefs, just the concern that I had. Knowing the state of that body's condition is just hanging there. And I called around. I didn't like that. And even around 10 o'clock, I was in my office, at the band office. My elders came to the band office and asked me what's happening, and told them It's still like that. It's still hanging there. That's 10 hours after we discovered the body hanging there. And we talked. There was about 3 elders plus 2 of my council members. And at that time, we started talking, we need to do something. We need to do something. We can't just leave the body hanging there like that. And we had already made that decision. We were going to go into that house and at least bring the body down to the floor. That's what we had talked about. I even talked to one of the investigating team. I don't know where this officer was. I told him, I don't like this. We have the capability of taking pictures. Can you get somebody at least to take pictures if you want to see that body hanging like that? Can you get somebody to take pictures and then after that we can just put the body down? I even said that to one of the investigating officers. So they finally came to our community about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. That's 13 hours after when we discovered the body hanging there. But we don't even know exactly when that happened. People tell me in my community, there was a couple of people that went to the house, knocked on the door early afternoon, and there was no response. Nobody opened the door. So I'm assuming at that time, like say 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that probably already had happened. So that's what I don't like is knowing the condition of the body just hanging there. I wrote you a letter of my disappointment, and I've never gotten no response with that letter that I wrote. So I just want to bring that up, make my fellow chiefs known. I'm still getting calls. I'm still getting from the family members. Have you heard anything in regards to what you wrote? Because I informed them I'm going to be doing this. Write up a letter of my disappointment of what happened. So they're still asking me, have you heard anything? So I just want to bring that up, and I know I do my best at trying to follow rules and such, but there are certain times that I need to take steps to be able to comfort my people in the community. I just want to thank you for your time. You got
Yeah, certainly thank you for that, Chief. And when it comes to, first of all, I apologize for not getting back to you on the correspondence. I know we've had some conversations. In regards to sudden deaths, we are acting on behalf of the coroner. When we have a sudden death, we are agents of the coroner's office. So we take direction from the coroner's office on investigations. And right now, I'll tell you that in the rest of the province, coroners attend sudden deaths. They do. In our communities, in our remote north, coroners don't attend. And I believe that, Asha, I think we had, this was taken to court up in Sandy Lake in regards to your office handle a file, in regards to one of those, highlighting the fact that the coroners don't attend. Anywhere else in the province of Ontario, coroners attend, except for our Indigenous communities in the remote north. Even in our driving communities, they won't attend. So we take that direction when it comes to sudden death investigations from the coroner's office. And we provide that information back to them when we arrive. Now, this is something that we're working on with the chief, chief coroner, Dr. Heyer, and establishing a protocol as to how, because we're going to these sudden deaths anyway. Why can't a coroner get on a plane with us? That's what we're trying to achieve. But we're also looking at, in the interim, until we can get something in place, they want to look at having a liaison from the coroner's office come with us. That's what we're putting on the table. We're going. Someone needs to come with us. So that's what we're working on with the coroner's office, because we know that with that particular sudden death, yes, we don't know the timeline, but with respects to that, there are other considerations too that we have to get in place before we attend. And sometimes there's hardship in just locating a plane, because our dedicated plane, we have 3 regions and maybe in another region. But again, these are some of the challenges that we face when it comes to investigating some of these offenses, especially sudden deaths and getting up north. Because our investigators, when it comes to doing these types of investigations, sometimes our frontline people don't have the capabilities. So again, that's why we send in our crime units. And when it comes to getting information back with respects to causes of death, because sometimes there are causes, a cause of death at a postmortem may not be known. And we rely on other reports such as toxicology reports to provide some final answers. And sometimes even that takes some time. But again, sometimes we don't get a cause of death. There are times it does happen. And for us as the investigators acting on behalf of the coroner's office, it's for police to not have the information or provide final answers. It is difficult on us, because we would love to provide final answers as to, what happened and why it happened. And there are times when we don't get that information ourselves. So again, we act on behalf of the coroner until the coroner deems that death suspicious, and then from that we kick in criminal investigation into what caused the death. But for initially all sudden deaths, we're acting on behalf of the coroner's office. So when we look at the delay, again, I will say that in speaking with this, actually out of this particular case, Chief, is that in speaking with my deputy and speaking with Detective Inspector Deuce, is that we have to have a better response when it comes to sudden deaths. And if it requires locating a plane in the middle of the night, then we better locate a plane in the middle of the night. We should not be waiting the amount of time that it took to respond to this sudden death in your community. So I have provided that direction. And so when we have those sudden deaths, I want to make sure that we're exhausting all efforts right away to try and get our people up there. Because we know that the hardships that the sudden deaths cause on our communities, because many people are impacted by a sudden death, especially when our communities are small. So I'm hoping that that this doesn't happen again. But there are times, I'm going to say this, is that the majority of time when it comes to those types of sudden deaths, for the vast majority of those, when either someone arrives or when police arrive, the body is cut down. And it's not very often where the person is found hanging for a period of time. And, so the way officers are taught is to leave scenes intact, photograph everything, and sharing that information with the coroner. So there is conversation that does happen with the coroner, because when they arrive on scene, they do convey that information off to the coroner. And then the coroner makes a decision sometimes on whether or not a postmortem is going to be required, or if there is no signs of anything, no signs of injury, or it's pretty clear what may have caused the death, the coroner will decide to leave the body in the community and not call for a postmortem. So again, that's information we convey back and forth when the officers arrive on scene, the investigators. But Chief, certainly, getting back, do apologize for not getting back to you. But certainly we have made some changes in terms of providing direction to getting our people up north quicker and so that we don't run into this situation it does happen. And again, like I said, we have to take our direction from the coroner's office. But on the other side of that, like I said, we are working with the coroner as to, we need coroners to come with us. In the absence of someone coming with us, then we better have a liaison person from the coroner's office that can work with our communities to communicate with the communities as well. So that is ongoing. That is ongoing with directly with Dr. Heyer from the coroner's office. But Chief, again, my apologies for not getting back. But we can maybe have a conversation, and I'll have a conversation with Inspector Ross as well. Okay?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
Whoops. So, my condolences to Chief Gamak and the community. And as Chief Leonard had stated regarding a homicide in Deer Lake, so I received the first call at night because I do handle the NAPS portfolio in Deer Lake. So, when I got to the scene, we had one of our community's members whose head was bashed in. And I did call officer that was there at the time, and he showed up pretty fast as well. So the thing is, he made a call as soon as I determined I checked his pulse and everything, and Chief Leonard here, he confirmed it for me that he was gone. And the thing is, when the NAPS officer showed up, he called out right away that there was a homicide. And there was only one officer that day, or that whole week, right? There's only one officer. And me and my other colleagues, we had to take all of Officer Morefoot's calls and cover for him because there was an increase in drunk driving calls. We must have stopped over 6 people that morning because there was only one officer, and he was already exhausted because he was doing the investigation and everything and trying to get everything straightened out with that homicide. But the thing that is most concerning is it took 17 hours for the body to be taken to the nursing station. 17 hours it took. And during the day, it was plus 34. And when somebody passes away, or how a moose or any animal, they blow it up and everything. The parents weren't happy with that, with their son passing. The parents weren't happy with him, I guess, with him laying there all day in plus 34 heat. We were going to issue a statement, but we're just always so busy because we always have a passing in Deer Lake almost every week. Just like a couple hours ago, our Reverend passed away, 12:20. Like, who is going to be held accountable for that? Like, for me, I don't know how many times I reached out to the NAPS officer, to the detectives, that I wanted the body out of there, right? Because it's really hard to say your final goodbyes without seeing the body. That's my concern right there. I should say our concern. So after, I believe that chief came to talk with you guys before, and he did say he was going to send another officer, but we were left with the following week, the next rotation, we were left with one officer again for 1 week. And he had to leave early because it was just really exhausting for him, he said. You know, our community is about 1,500 people with one officer. And I know that me and my colleagues are doing our best to answer all the calls, but there's only so much that we can do. You gotta excuse my deputy and chief here that we had a passing in Deer Lake, as I mentioned. Oh, that's, yeah, I don't know when we'll issue that statement, but maybe in the next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I ask what your name is for the record?
My name is Jeremy Swanis. I'm the head counselor of Deer Lake.
Yes.
Yeah, in terms of, so obviously when you hear chief, you know, when you look at this, like sudden deaths, when you look at a person who, you know, in comparison to what occurred in Keewaydin, in comparison to what occurred in your community, again, we act on behalf of the coroner. And in this particular case in your community, it was clearly that this was a homicide. And again, to preserve evidence until the investigators can get on scene. And when it comes to homicide investigations, that is not handled. We have to bring in the OPP. And the OPP have their processes when it comes to investigating homicides. And it's the same process that we would follow as well. You know, one is to make sure that the scene is preserved. That way, that when the scene is preserved, evidence can be properly collected. And when it comes to investigating and finding out who is responsible, we have to make sure that everything is documented, right from how the scene is. So we have to document the scene. We have to document evidence collected from the scene. We have to document any time a person goes into the scene. So all this has to be captured and has to be done in accordance with processes, so that way, when it comes to finding out who is responsible for committing a homicide, that the process through the investigation is done properly, so that they can be accountable in the court of law. So that is why we, you know, when we look at homicide investigations, we have to be by the book. We have to follow procedural investigative steps to ensure that we hold who is responsible to account. And we have to make sure that everything is done properly, so that we can obtain, you know, basically, you know, through court, get a conviction that the person was responsible. And that comes, you know, something as simple as, you know, having a person move the body before forensic ident services can move it. You know, again, the people that are allowed to enter the scene would be the investigators and forensic people. That is why when it comes to homicide investigations, it is important that we follow procedure to ensure the integrity of the investigation and to ensure that we hold people accountable for what's been done. So that's why when you look at homicide investigations and compared to sudden deaths, you know, by suicide, again, the process starts out the same, but when it's clear that it is a homicide, it is that much more of a responsibility on the police service to ensure that investigative steps are followed so that we can hold those responsible to account in the court of law. And we have to be so strict about that. And I know it's not ideal when there's extreme heat, but it's something that we have to make sure that we're doing properly, because we don't want to lose a conviction because of mishandling of evidence. So that is why we have to follow proper procedure. And in our case, homicide investigations are not, we will respond, but we don't conduct the investigation. We can provide assistance. On that particular weekend, it was a very busy weekend for our crime units. I think over four days, we had 6 sudden deaths. We had 6 sudden deaths, and including the homicide. Plus, we had a very, we had a sudden death in one of our other communities that was a very, very gruesome sudden death. I won't get into details, but again, comparison from homicide investigation to a coroner sudden death by a person taking their own life, they start out the same, but when it's a clear homicide, there are processes that we have to follow. And we just can't deviate from that, because we have to ensure that the investigation is done properly. But I thank you very much for, I know any sudden death, especially in our communities, it is never easy on anyone because of, people being related to each other and the impacts on family. Yeah. That's certainly a thing, again, I hopefully I explain the process of the difference. Again, integrity investigation, evidence collection to ensure proper prosecution, to hold those accountable.
Okay, thank you, Chief Morrison. I have 2 people online who have been waiting patiently. Russell, you had your hand up.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Chief Dolores Kakigamic. I'm on Russell's phone.
Okay, go ahead.
I've just been listening to your AGM with Russell all day. If we cut out, I hope we don't cut out. We're on the highway. But I just have a few comments with what I've been hearing from the various comments. First thing being the coroner. I feel Sandy Lake family won a negligent court case to a child for a coroner not attending remote community deaths, like sudden deaths. And yes, they won, but it has not changed one thing. Like Julian Faulkner can account to that, because he was the presenting lawyer. But my point is, like I've had multiple deaths too this past year, and when we talk about a coroner, I'm told that there's a shortage of coroners all over the place. So how can we get a coroner to work with us when they can't even keep up? Every single coroner case in my community has been sent to Toronto each and every time. They don't have time in Thunder Bay or Kenora. So usually if we lose somebody and they have to be sent to Kenora, it's like a 2-week process before we get them back. And then again, that's more burden to every family. Even that plane crash we had couple months ago, it was a white man that crashed right next close to our ban office, and there was still no coroner. I don't know how we can make them more accountable to, because a death is a death regardless of where it happens, and obviously winning in court doesn't help any either. So yeah, I just wanted to say that these corners, yes, they call it a corners case, but how can it be a corners case if they never come? I don't know. Just thinking out loud, listening to everybody's dilemmas. Thank you.
Chief, no, so certainly, and again, I'm aware of the case out of your community, and Faulkner's is our legal counsel as well, and I know from my conversations with Dr. Heyer that this is something that they know they have to improve on with that case that came out of your community, but also again, in the absence of having no coroners, that is their proposal, is to have a liaison from the coroner's office at least attend the communities to communicate with the leadership about what's going to be happening, the next steps on this investigation. At least, that is something that they're exploring now. I don't know where that is, to be honest, because I haven't heard from Dr. Heyer in a while. So this will have to require follow-up, and knowing that it is coming up here. But this is something that's been going on in our communities for even Detective Brad, I don't think any of the coroners have attended any of the sudden deaths that even after this case. So it is still happening, Chief. It's still happening.
Yes,
we have to circle back to it.
Sorry, they did come once when we lost those 3 children in a house fire back in January. There was a whole team of forensics and coroners that came, so I guess they came once.
Yes, definitely. There are times when they do come, but it is, they don't come for everyone. They come when they are like the house fire. They do come for that. But certainly when there's multiple deaths, they will attend. But on a single death, they will not attend. That's what we've seen, and that's it's been like that for a number of years. Actually, to be honest, I've attended many sudden deaths in my career, and I have never had the opportunity to attend one with a coroner. And I'm sure if you ask my fellow officers here, they'll say the same thing. They've probably never attended a sudden death with a coroner. So it is still happening. So Asha, I think we have to follow this up in terms of not from the policing perspective, but from a legal perspective, and hold the chief's coroner's office again, remind them of this. And I think we have to look at probably having that dialogue with them again. So maybe we flag this through your office here. Okay.
So that case in Sandy Lake, we've only been through the first step of it, and that was the coroner's office bringing what we call a motion to strike, saying that they don't actually owe a duty of care to the families to attend on these sudden deaths, and the court agreed with us that they do. So that was the first hurdle for us to pass. So the case is still going on. It's not completed, but you're correct. The problem still persists, and it's definitely something that we need to make sure that we continue to address.
Thank you, Asha. And Chief, so certainly this is something that we still need to hold the coroner's office to, and that includes the chief coroner himself, because it's been too long since we've had this dialogue, and it seems to have fallen off. But we'll certainly address this through, rather than correspondence, we'll address it through legal correspondence. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Chief, for bringing that up.
You guys? Okay, I have another person online, Gershom Beaver, if you're still there.
Hi, there's some Beaver proxy for Neighborhood First Nation. Will there be a 911 type phone number in the future for communities? And the other one was on mental health issues. We have so many cases in the community. Like back in 2017, my father, he had an episode. Yes, he stopped taking his medication. He was bipolar. And that time the family told the chief and counsel back then and the nurse and the NAPS officer that he was off his medication and he was not himself. And I guess they sent him to Thunder Bay District Jail. And a few days later, that's when he passed in jail. And I was just wondering, from 2017 to now, what has changed for people with mental health issues, and how do NAPS officers determine who is having an episode, and where do we send people with mental health issues, or do we still send them to jail? If we are still sending people to jail with people with like mental health issues and episodes, how can we help each other to make changes? Yeah, you got
With respects to your question in terms of, the officers, the officers do go through training at the Ontario Police College, and when they come back to us as through our annual training, we do incorporate scenarios, and it's an interactive scenario. We have this thing. It's like a simulator. The best way I can describe it is a simulator. You're in front of a screen, and you're doing this scenario, and it reacts to your reactions in terms of if your response is A, it's going to give you a response of B. If your response is B, it'll give you a response of D. So it's always changing. So we've adapted our training to incorporate a lot of mental health occurrences, and so that the officers can be more aware as to recognizing signs of a person in distress and mental distress. We're not experts. We're not mental health experts. We're not, but all we can do is work with the situation and deal with that situation as it unfolds. With respects to, so again, we're not mental health experts, but we do have training capabilities that allows our officers to really making sure that when they are interacting with a person with mental health issues, that how to deal with that person. Again, it's going to be determined on how that person is interacting with the police. Sometimes they are a person can be very compliant and not really display any mental health, but they'll listen. But then there are other times on the other side is that they will not listen to police at all because there may be something going on. They're hearing voices and listening to the voices rather than listening to the police. So again, there's a lot of things that have to be considered when dealing with people with mental health. And what we do is that we have to take them to a medical facility, and the facility in your case would be the nursing station in your community, and the community nursing station would communicate with medical doctors, and it's the doctors that determine whether or not the person is going to be taken into care. If a person who is under that type of if they're not taking medications, they're still and they assault someone, and that person still wants to lay charges, then we have to lay charges. The person wants to, even though we know that person may be not in the right frame of mind. And sometimes, and it has happened, and I will say this, in our Northeast region, in the community, this one particular community, actually Kashechewan, where there was no recourse. Like I think Brenda had stated earlier, that the person had gone out, was apprehended under a Form 1, and that person went out to a medical facility, and that person returned to the community after 72 hours. And yet, when that person came back, they still weren't in the right frame of mind. So how did that person get released back to the community? Well, what ended up happening was that that individual ended up assaulting people, and we actually had to lay charges. So there are times when charges are necessary, and sometimes charges are the only way sometimes to keep a person in a facility, and it's not ideal. It's not ideal, but they do end up in a custody facility such as a jail. And sometimes that is the only place where they can get actual help. But in the case of your father, that didn't happen. And I know that this is going to be coming out at an inquest. So that inquest is still yet to happen. So, so in terms of officers, we're not experts. We do provide training, but the training does not give them the full capabilities to deem them experts in recognizing mental health issues. All we do is react to the situation. And on the other side, in terms of has things changed? I would like to say they have, but I can't honestly give you an answer to say that they have, because many of our people, when they go out for mental health issues, return to our community not having received any help whatsoever. They'll only get it for the 72 hours that they're in custody at a hospital, but after that, when they return, there's very little to no follow-up with people. So I can't honestly say if things have improved, okay? Especially right now when we know that our our nursing clinics are not fully staffed, and not only in the far north, but even in Southern Ontario, even in this area, we're seeing shortages in all our health professions. So I don't think it's improving, because we look at the occurrences, we're still interacting more and more with people with mental health injuries. But I know that, Chair, that with this specific case, there is going to be an inquest into the death of what happened up in Nabinamik.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to Brenda, just to remind you, before you leave or before we lose more people, I have some housekeeping to do, so I don't want to lose quorum. So right after Brenda, I will do that, just to make sure we're keeping up with our process.
I just want to correct Morrison there, that was Chief Wesley that made those comments. But I was thinking it.
Okay, thank you. All right, before I lose quorum, I want to do some housekeeping. In hindsight, I should have been asking for motions when we did our reports. So I'm going to do one motion to accept the Chief of Police, the Deputy Chief, and the Board Chair report. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Brenda? Moved by Brenda Fox. Do I have a seconder? Can I ask you to state your name? Sorry.
Robert Beatty, Satchel.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Also, I need a motion to convene a follow-up meeting to approve the audit once it is ready. We need your permission or approval to do that, so I'll ask it in the motion. Can I have a mover for that? Brenda Fox, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Could you state your name? Sorry.
Betsy Lajos.
All in favor? You guys? For the annual report, that'll be, we will adopt that one when we do the audit. So that one I don't have to worry about. The other motion is to adjourn, but we're not there yet. So I just wanted to make sure I do the housekeeping. Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions for the open forum?
Okay, good afternoon. My name's Robert Beauty, Uniganitamaga of Saskatchewan First Nation. First of all, I want to direct this to a Canada Post representative, Jake Jeet. I think this is in our community, we're trying to cover every point of entry of any contraband. And we had the it's been a long time where we direct the postmaster to report any suspicious packages that come through mail. And we've done that many times already. Marijuana was legalized not too long ago, and in our community, it's illegal of marijuana in our community, and so there were complaints forwarded to Canada Post at that time, and we had the manager of our area, I guess, call us at the business center, and he presented the complaints that were coming from the community membership, and we told him that we have a ban bylaw, and your stimulants coming through from anywhere will be confiscated. And he made a suggestion that we would forward our PCR to Canada Post to that person that called us, and he said he had told us that he would reach out to their lawyer, and then they would get back to us. And so far, we haven't received any calls from or somebody show up at the community to say you can't do this. But and regardless, it's our ban by law. It's our law in our community, and we're going to enforce it however we see it. We're trying to protect our community membership, especially our youth. All you have to do is it may be light, but I believe it is a gateway to get involved into heavier drugs that are out here. And that's it. And now I got some more after. I guess the question I have is, when that person called us there, he said he would get a hold of the lawyer, and I don't know. There was no threat or anything. It's just, I guess, explain to us what we're doing, and it may be wrong to Canada Post, I guess. It's our community, and like any other community, chiefs and councils, they do their best to protect their community. Okay.
Thank you for the information and the question. I guess going back to the conversation earlier from the presentation, we obviously there are missed opportunities, and that we're certain the actions that we're looking for, the steps that we're looking for, don't come in a timely manner, and this is the platform that allows us the opportunity to hear those observations so that we can certainly put some corrective measures in. Our job, a priority, if I could say, is it's to create a disruption plan and really do our best that we can to remove the non-mailable matter from the illicit drugs from the postal system from reaching the Indigenous communities. And that's our commitment, but I will certainly take a look at that, go back and see where that information was, how that information got communicated, and see if I can at some point through Brad to close the loop, or I'll give my business card and certainly we can follow up. And if required, we're more than willing to come into the community, take a look at the meet with the post office and build some processes in place, protocols in place, that the concept of if you see something, report it, and have a channel protocol in place so that the items can be prevented, detected, and taken out of the postal system. It comes through the proper channels so that we can meet the requirements of the Canada Post Corporation Act that we're required to enforce, and then come back to the community and the leadership and say, this is what we've done. So I commit to that, and we'll certainly follow up through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Next, I want to talk about the NAPS. We've had our shares of concerns and issues with NAPS in our community. We've been forwarding our letters to NAPS, our concerns and issues, that problems that we have in our community. Like I know it's been developed, been worked on to enforce our land bylaws, and also concerns that we had that our NAPS officers sometimes tend to work by themselves, and and we've had some incidents there that the loan officer in the community, where they would, for instance, this summer, one of the prisoners escaped from the officer's vehicle, and we weren't able to capture him until the ERT team came in days later. So, and we forwarded our letter to NAPS, and in response they have rectify that lack of officers. To this day, we've had 4 officers in our community, which is good. It shows, and there's another problem that arises out of that with the new recruits or graduates that come into your community. I'm not sure if they go under the experienced officer, or they just sent out on their own to work in the community. We've had incidents where 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 there was an assault that occurred, and that officer wouldn't answer the phone, and one of the constables and myself had to go to a detachment and knock on the door. He didn't answer my call, but he opened the door for the counselor, and his first response was, "It's 2:40 in the morning. You know, people sleep at this hour, but we had an emergency. There was an assault, intoxicated person assaulting a woman who was under the influence of drugs, heavy drugs." And when he came to the area where we were, you know, when he drove up, the assault was still happening, and the intoxicated person there, you know, standing over that lady, and there was no arrest or anything to pick up with the intoxicated person. Everybody just went home, hope for the best. And the other one we just had recently, just a couple nights ago, there was a fire behind the northern store among the trailers there. And the counselors made that call to the police, and same thing. There was no response. They had to make numerous calls to the police station, and there was no response, so they had to go over there. And he only showed up to see what's going on. That was it. Not until the counselors had to tell him to investigate what happened, what occurred there, who started the fire, and the evidence was there. So that's one of the things that you know, those new recruits, I guess, that I think they should be working with an officer that is experienced. And there was another officer in the community, and this officer didn't notify the other officer what occurred. And so those are some of the issues that we face in our community to shortage of police. It is good to see that that was answered, and the other one. And the other one, I guess that's just when we get calls, when we're up, there's a activity going in traffic in a residential house. You know, we do approach NAPS in our community to assist us. But once they use that term, the gray area, you know, and that's, you know, we walk away from it. We proceed to do it on our own. We've done that so many times already, and the only thing we hand over is what we confiscate from the individuals. And that's all we get is the report of what was confiscated and those drugs. But like I said, we're trying to protect our youth, and we are seeing some of these youth are getting you know, getting caught up in that epidemic. Not so many yet, but I'm sure it'll pick up. And the dealers that we have in our community, they're not getting charged. They're getting away with it. They're not getting charged at all. We make, you know, we try to talk to them, cooperate for a bit until next trip out. And that's the other thing. What Chief Russell was talking about here this morning, cavity search and etc. You know, it's mostly ladies that are bringing in stuff, and that's the problem that we face too. We don't have that. Our constable, airport security, you know, they're limited. They're not going there. That's all I have for now. I got you.
Chiefs, yeah, Chief Beardy, thank you very much for that. I know that we've had some conversations over the last little while about things that have been happening in your community, and I think we've you know had some good dialogue in regards to what's occurred, and certainly addressed some of those matters that you have brought forward in terms of the officers and some of their behaviors while in their community, and not taking direction in terms of, you know, that response, you know, I'm sleeping, but also again not doing anything with I think we've addressed that, you know, that particular situation and what came out of that situation. So, and I know that we gave instruction to Northwest Region about that officer in terms of, you know, returning to your community. So that officer that was working at that time, I think, you know, in my letter to you, I believe I stated that, you know, that officer would not be returning. So, and that is still going to be what will happen with that. With respects to our officers, when they, after they come out of police college and they do have to do coaching. They are paired up with an experienced officer for 4 months. Again, we recognize that it's not, you know, a very long time, but it's still, it gives the officer, when they go for coaching and they are paired up with an officer, they're paired up in a busy community so that they can learn how to do the job, but also again learn how to do the paperwork that goes along with the job. So before an officer works by themselves, they have to pass their coaching period. If they don't pass the coaching period, then we extend that coaching period. There are times where we have to extend it because sometimes an officer just can't grasp how, you know, it's either the paperwork or even just not having the confidence to do the job. So there are times we extend the coaching and then extend the officer's probation period, because officers, when they come to us, when they are hired, there is a 9-month, actually, I think we extended that now. I think it's up to a year now, where they're on probation. Okay. So again, that is to ensure that if they're still not developing into an officer who's capable of doing the job during a probation period, it allows us to take some very serious measures in terms of either giving them a performance review plan in terms of, okay, we're going to give you a last opportunity to improve, and that's during their probation period. And if they don't improve, then we will dismiss a person for probation failure, meaning that not being able to do the job. So it has happened, but for the most part, the majority of officers are coached properly and they learn how to do the job. But when they go on their own, they still, they don't have a lot of experience yet, and that comes with doing the job. So there are still, again, I guess, ways that we can ensure that the officer, through performance management, are able to learn the job before us taking those drastic measures such as dismissal. But it usually, it doesn't happen very often, but it does. It does from time to time. Some people are just not cut out for policing. And when they get into the job, they quickly realize that, hey, this is not for me. So again, an officer does not work alone until they pass probation. Okay. And that has to be signed off by not only by the coach officer, it has to be signed off by the supervisor, and it has to be signed off by the region as well. Okay, so there's a number of steps that have to happen before a person can be working on their own. With respects to the fire at the Northern Store trailer, I don't know anything about Inspector Ross. I'll have to follow up with you, and we'll have to follow up with Chief Beardy with that. I don't know about that. So Chief, I think we'll talk with Inspector Ross here and find out, we'll get you some information that you're seeking there. And I know this happens in many of our communities with respects to drug information and our leaderships, conducting searches of homes, even though we as the police do not have information, even though we may have it, we don't have enough information that would allow us to get a search warrant. And many of our communities and some of our leaderships are conducting searches. And for us as a police organization, we would be in contravention of people's Charter of Rights and Freedoms, specifically, I believe it's Section 8. When it comes to search and seizure, we can't violate people's rights, and that goes for any police officer in the province of Ontario and in Canada for that matter, because Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms apply to everyone across Canada. So we would be violating people's rights if we were to do searches without legal authority. But I know in many of our communities that is happening, and the drugs get turned over to us. And I guess bottom line is the drugs don't make it to the people, which is still what we'd want, but we just can't lay charges against those individuals when drugs are seized through searches being conducted without proper legal authority. We've instructed the officers that when something like that happens, that just to be close by to ensure that to keep the peace if necessary, but not to go into homes. And even if there was an incident that occurred in the home, it would be very hard for us to lay charges because we are not, there is no legal authority for us to be in the home. And it would be very hard pressed to convince courts for us to prosecute those charges. So again, we're just making sure that we don't violate people's rights, but we're also trying to make sure that people are safe. And I know that happens a lot, and we're aware that it's not only in your community, Chief, but also in several other communities in Northwest and Northeast regions and Central regions. It happens quite a bit. But in the end, I guess the drugs are not making it to the streets. And that's kind of what we want, but we, as the police, we have to make sure that we follow the laws that we're supposed to follow as well. Yeah, Chair, that's
okay. Miguel, thank you, Chief Morrison, for providing the responses to the questions or to the comments. It is going on to 5 o'clock. We've had the open forum for a bit. I don't know if there's any more comments, questions, but just to say it is almost 5 o'clock. Sir?
Okay, I just have a quick question here. Chief Khan from Burskin Lake First Nation for Canada Post. You had mentioned X-ray machine in Toronto that does the work. That scans this stuff, I guess, that comes to our region. Okay, for example, for up north, most of the illegal items that are shipped to my community or either come from Sulakot or Thunder Bay. So how does that work?
Everything gets screened through the X-ray machine. Only items that have been deemed as suspicious that ends up in the custody of postal inspectors, and they build their reasonable probable grounds while respecting the various laws and legislations, and then they're able to screen. Because the courts have criticized recently in a case where the Canada Post Corporation Act was declared, or section of that declared it unconstitutional because the inspector didn't have the right grounds developed. And the courts are really paying closer attention to privacy of individuals' mail system. So what goes through the Toronto, it's only items that have been identified as suspicious, turned over to postal inspector by either the community, by the postmaster, or by our operations people working in the major plants. Same occurs in Thunder Bay, where our postal officials are looking for items that are of a suspicious nature. And those items do end up back in Toronto for them to screen an X-ray and determine if the items may contain non-mailable matter. And same thing happens, we have an inspector positioned in Sudbury who comes out to Thunder Bay based on a project or based on information that he may receive, and then he'll use his portable X-ray machines. So I wanted to kind of clarify, not everything goes through X-ray machines, that otherwise, if that was to happen, nothing would kind of move through the postal system, because we've got a lot of mail that gets processed on a regular basis. Not sure if that helps clarify the situation.
Somewhat, just need a clarification. So, so not everything gets X-rayed. So, all right, thank you.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Chief Sampo from Casablanca. Canada Post. Where is the main hub for the mail that's going up north? The main
a number of locations, so go from Toronto or Thunder Bay. And we got the major plant in Montreal as well that may send some product through. So it's a various Montreal, Toronto, Thunder Bay.
Because the reason I'm asking is one time we had a conference call with Canada Post, and they told us the main hub is in Dryden.
It's a sub-location as well. So there are a number of locations, but major plant where majority of the mail process goes through is in Montreal, Toronto, and Thunder Bay for the northern communities. But there are also other locations that where product will get processed through.
So the the sub is in Dryden. So it would be nice to have a screener there, right?
Nice to have a lot of screeners across the major centers, but yeah, that would be one area that we could potentially look at, or have that awareness with the staff. So whenever they come across with a suspicious item, it gets turned over back to a Toronto or location here for it to be screened.
Okay. Again, I'm just going to share one incident that happened to myself and my council. It was a couple of years ago. We got a call from the store, the post office, that there's a suspicious package, a box. So we went to the store at the post office, and on that package there, an elder's name was on that package there. So I called the elder. I asked her if she was expecting a package, and she said no. So I told her there's a package there for you, a box. So she said right away, go ahead, take it, sign it out. So that's what we did. And we took this package to the manager's office at the store there. Then all of a sudden, a NAPS officer came in. Right away, he told us, you guys can't take it. So he grabbed the package. He was just standing there talking away. So I was a deputy chief that time, and the chief was there too, and two other council members. So I grabbed the package from the officer. Then right away he approached me. He grabbed the package. I didn't let go. He tried to take the package away from me. So all of a sudden he just pushed me. He pushed me against the wall. We could hear the wall. So he turned around and took off. On his way out, he pushed the chief too. So he took off to the detachment. So the chief went over there to the detachment, and I guess he went and talked to him. The NAPS officer, he was alone. He was a rookie. So he was there at the detachment. He locked himself there. So right away, the council, they wanted to ship him up there. They wanted to go, but I told him no. We can't do that. Told him. And okay, one more. The other incident. Another call from the store, post office. Another suspicious package. So we called NAPS to at least watch. That guy there, he signed out, and we took the package again. He already signed out, so we checked the package, and we took it outside the post office, outside the store. So this NAPS officer came and said, "Give me the package." we didn't give it to him. Yeah, it's what happened. I get you.
Chief, to be honest, that's, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to hear that. I am. I'm embarrassed. I don't know what to say to you. I honestly am. I'm lost for words, and I apologize. That's what I have to say. I apologize for that. Even though the incident that you mentioned happened a couple of years ago, and this is the first time I'm hearing of that. I was not aware that an officer pushed you and pushed the chief. So that's what I'm embarrassed for. Because I tell our people, our officers, that the message I give is that you treat people with respect, you treat people with dignity, and you be genuine when you're doing that. So I am very embarrassed, and I apologize on behalf of our police service that happened. And I don't know enough, honestly, Chief, about that. And I want to get more information, okay? Even though it happened a couple of years ago, I just want to ensure that, that I hear what happened. And I'm going to talk with our central region here and Acting Inspector Cece to see, even though it was a couple of years, but it still should, to hear it now. Yeah, I'm embarrassed. I am.
Okay, I get you. But that's okay. And last thing I want to say is really happy to be here. I didn't know I was gonna make it, but I'm here. And just want to say a big miigwech to NAPS. I know you guys are doing your best to look after our communities. Again, just want to say a big miigwech. Thank you.
Miigwech, thank you very much. With that,
Can I have a quick question?
sorry, where? Oh, okay, sorry.
To the kind of suppose, like, if we can provide the mailing address for these dealers, is there a possibility for them to get screened, like in Toronto?
I think there is a opportunity to, if whenever we can get some information passed on to us, and provided that we're able to have a legal reason, reasonable probable grounds to inspect and screen that mail, and certainly we would do that. But I think we have to respect the privacy, the mail that gets trusted, handed to Canada Post. There are certain requirements that we're required to maintain. And one of that is sanctity and integrity of that mail item. But at the same token, whenever there is intelligence or information that you're referring to, and if we can build it into our proper grounds and our protocols, laws for it, certainly we would take a look at it. And that information can be passed on to the local police, and then from there it will end up to my team, and then we will work collaboratively together. And I think those are the type of opportunities we're looking for. When I was making reference earlier in terms of getting that real-time information into the system, so that we can utilize it to make some good decisions in a timely manner that can help us to either remove this non-mailable matter from the system, similar to the numbers that I was showing you in terms of the 14.28 million worth that was removed in 2021. And that's all based on because of the information that's incoming and the relationships that we have with our law enforcement partners.
Thank you very much. You guys? I will bring the meeting to a close. Before I do, I want to acknowledge our executive assistant, Kathleen. I was asked to make sure that we acknowledge the work that she did leading up to the meeting here. She worked long hours, put in a lot of overtime to make sure everything worked out, and to busy contacting the respective communities on who the delegates were. So we just want to acknowledge the work she did. Also to Kelly, I'm sure she was involved in, to some extent too, in all the work that's happened to bring the meeting to fruition. And I want to acknowledge the constables, the supervisors, Deputy Chief Brad Deuce, constables over there, for being here with us and doing the work that you do. Also want to recognize the Chief's leadership, you as well, for doing the work you do, and your commitment to helping your people, helping our people live peaceful lives as much as possible. I understand in the work that's involved. As a former chief, I can say that. I had been asked, while I was chief, I was asked to carry a baby one time from our community to Timmins. Another time I was asked to carry a puppy from Timmins on to one of our northern communities. For some odd reason, one time I was asked to carry a package for somebody to somebody in the community. And for some reason I said, no, open the package first. And that person quickly took off. So I'm just sharing that because this whole business with drugs, it's really complicated, complex, and can pull down anybody, innocent bystanders. And it's really destructive to our grandchildren, our children back home. So I understand the work, I understand the challenge, and I thank you, and we thank you for your perseverance and dedication to your community. Chief of Police, I don't know if you have any closing comments.
Thank you, Board Chair. No, again, just to thank everyone from our communities for coming, chiefs, proxies. It's important that we have this forum, and you look at today, the presentations, the information we had to present, and then the discussions. If we were to do this at a NAN meeting, we'd have to add several days to a NAN meeting, a QA one certainly, to hear the issues and to address these issues. So it's good that we got funding to allow for something like this to occur. So looking forward to having these discussions on a year-to-year basis. And I know that for myself and our leadership team here, that with our communities, relaxing their restrictions and allowing us to travel, we are traveling. We are going to be coming to your communities. Been to several already, and tomorrow we'll be up in Moose Cree for the Mushkegowuk AGM. And certainly I know that we'll be traveling into the fall, and we'll be coming to your communities, because when you look at the challenges that we're facing, this was hard not to come to the communities over the last couple of years to do recruitment, to meet with our people, to meet with yous. So it's good that we're able to do this in one place. But I also know that you send out invites to come to your community. I will be there. I'll come in and listen, and we'll have some discussions. So I'm looking forward to coming back to our communities again and seeing and meeting with everyone. So thanks very much for coming, taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend. And I know you have another meeting tomorrow with NAN Legal Services, so that's another important meeting. again, it's good that we have these meetings. So really good to see everyone. And thank you very much today for all the good dialogue.
And on behalf of the board of directors that were here, Frank, our vice chair, Robert, and Stan was here. Same with Jason and Zach. On behalf, thank you for your involvement, your participation, your patience. I need a mover to adjourn the meeting. Before I ask, the drum, I want to thank them for making themselves available, but I was informed that they will provide the closing tomorrow at when the NAN Legal Services closes their assembly. I will ask our elder Alan Cromarty to provide us with a closing prayer before we leave. I would like to remember the community of James Smith, if we can do that in our prayer. A lot of things has transpired over this summer. Pope's visit, a number of things that has impacted our community. So I just want to keep those things in mind. Chief.
Yeah, and one last, I'm just remembering what board member Rob had mentioned this morning. Policing is tough. It is. But the people who are in policing, they wouldn't be into policing if they didn't like helping people. And yesterday, regardless of what service you work for, anytime that we lose a member in the policing sector, it always hits home, because everyone puts on their uniform and goes to work. They leave their families, and you expect to come home. You do. And yesterday in Toronto, if you haven't heard about this, but there was several services doing training, and one of the officers from Toronto, Constable Hong, was shot in an ambush-style shooting, and several people were also killed yesterday in Southern Ontario. But it's just one of those things that a 48-year-old, 22-year member service with the Toronto Police, he put on his uniform yesterday, and hoping he probably was going to come home, and for the most part, we do come home. But yesterday, Constable Hong did not make it home. So I think it's important that we always remember that when our officers come to our communities, and I'd like to think that our communities are very respectful to our people, to our officers, and we are in turn respectful back. But there are times when the line of duty, we make the ultimate sacrifice. So that happened yesterday. An officer made the ultimate sacrifice. So we can never forget that. The policing is a difficult job, but we love our job. It's rewarding because we get to help people. But we also have to remember that there are times when officers don't make it home. So I just wanted to say that, Chair.
Because I'll ask for a mover to adjourn the meeting, and I'll ask our elder Helen to do the prayer. I have a mover. Sorry, can you state your name?
Chief Sample, Casablanca.
Thank you very much. Elder Helen? You go.
Before I say a short prayer, I wanted to say a few things listening to the discussion. I find it very moving every time I hear stories of the loss of life. That has never ever left me. I worked in intensive care for 25 years. I was in nursing for a total of 45. Yet, with the many, many times I dealt with the loss of life, that has never left me. So when you talk about leaving a body hanging, leaving a body in heat, in my hindsight, in my memory, I see bodies that have come in not looking good at all. You have to remember that when you're there, and I know the chief tried so hard and he respected the body of that person who was, that we must carry on that respect. In many other cases, people have been charged for disrespect to a body. And when I think back of what I have seen, that is being disrespectful to that body and that person. Their spirit may be gone, starting his journey, or his spirit may be left wandering. We have to remember that. So we have to ask the coroner, when and where does that disrespect and the line between respect get drawn? I feel very strongly for that. Very strongly. But when you work in those areas, service areas, there's many, many things you see and many things you learn and many people that you meet and tell you things that are shocking and often. But you have to remember, this is a job you like. This is a career that you have, that you respect. Other people, that you love other people, that you love life. So in saying that, I'll say a little prayer, a small prayer for all of you. And I want to use the words that were given to honor my husband when he passed away. It'll be 30 years in February. And he spent half of those years being in NAN leadership as Grand Chief. And what was said was, there is no service too small, nor any sacrifice too great, from giving a cup of water or the laying down of one's life. Remember that as you go forward in your career, the Creator will walk with you. There are many times when you fall, you get up from that spot and keep going. He will walk with you, and think of the footsteps in the sand. There are times when there's only one pair of sand, one pair of footprints in the sand. And remember, during that time, He is carrying you. He is carrying you. Because He gives love to all of us. He gave us life. He gave us the light. And we must go forward with that. And as you go home today, or if you're staying, stay safe. He'll be with you. He will be with you always. And I always again remind you, be mindful of the needs of others. Be respectful. Be kind to people that you work with, people that you meet, and your families, especially in the communities. Always be respectful. May God bless all of you. Amen.
Be good.